Czuwają. O? Dobrze. Dzień dobry. Może jakbyś transferujący. Tak. Tylko teraz poczekaj, bo ja muszę JPEGa przeciągnąć na tamtą stronę, bo to nie jest prezentacji. Czy jest prezentacji? Jest na dysku. Nie, nie,
jest. To nie jest JPEG. Tak, musisz to do prezentacji.
Właśnie. Tak zrobimy. Ja też mogę
Nie mieszajmy, bo wtedy musimy
Hi, good morning. Welcome to the second day of the conference. Before the keynote speech, we'd like to invite Dae Kim to share with you his questionnaire. Welcome.
Hello. Hi, my name is Dae Kim. I'm a faculty in the Department of Blindness and Low Vision Studies at Western Michigan University. And since IMC5, the IMC leadership has been administering a short survey on the roles and functions of IMC attendees, and then report the results of the survey at subsequent IMCs. And in fact, this Thursday morning, I'll be reporting the results of the survey we administered at IMC17. So today, we will be distributing some hard copies of the survey, and also in the email Stanislav sent you last night, there's a link to the survey as well, so you can complete the survey that way. It takes about only 5 minutes to complete the survey, but it'll help us look at the trends in the roles and functions of the IFC attendees. So they will be distributing the survey shortly, so I would appreciate it if you take 5 minutes to complete the survey. Yes, Nora. You could return it to any of the staff members of the hosting agency, or you could return them to me. So either way should work. Thank you. It automatically comes back to me. That's right. Thank you.
Taki ten długi.
Gdzie? No, ale jakoś daleko. No to nie, to nie. Aha, tak jest. Dobra, a one gdzie będą?
Raz. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to start, so please take your seats.
We are starting our conference in a minute. So please do take your seats. And we are going to start.
Szanowni Państwo, za chwilę zaczynamy. Bardzo prosimy o zajęcie miejsc. Już mamy 10-minutowe opóźnienie, a kolejne wykłady dzisiaj przed nami. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are going to start because the program is planned and will follow. That's why we are 10 minutes late. We are 10 minutes behind the schedule, so we need to speed up a little bit. So I would like you to take your seats and we are starting. Some practical information. So the opening code for the keynote speech is 2330 and the closing code is 8775. Let me repeat the opening code 2330 and the closing code 8775. Kod otwarcia to 2330, kod zamknięcia 8775.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the first day of our IMC18. Yesterday we had an opening and now we are starting with the first keynote speech. The first keynote speaker is Mr. Marek Kalbarczyk, the founder and the president of the Chance for the Blind Foundation. Marek Kalbarczyk is a blind mathematician, manager. He's also a writer, musician. So as you can see, a person of many talents. And now he's going to present his keynote speech, which is going to cover the main theme of the conference, which is information resulting in mobility and ability. Marek Kalbarczyk and his keynote speech, ladies and gentlemen.
As you remember, I think I will speak Polish because my English is too bad to express what I want. So I ask Milena and Kama to translate my my sentences, my speech. Okay. But I have two microphones, so better for me and for you. So, moment, yes. Proszę Państwa, temat konferencji Information resulting in mobility and ability is very important question. I am an author of this subject. Would like to tell about information. The main question for blind people. I po polsku. Moi drodzy, być niewidomy to znaczy w zasadzie nie wiedzieć nic, co jest w jakimś od nas dystansie.
Being a blind person basically means that you don't know where and what are the objects in a given distance.
My wiemy to, co słyszymy, co dotykamy, co odczuwamy węchem, smakiem, a przede wszystkim to, co słyszymy.
We know things that we hear, that we can touch, that we can taste, and foremost, the things that we can hear.
W związku z tym, że wzrok przynosi nam, niektórzy sądzą, 80% informacji, które docierają do nas, a niektórzy uważają, że nawet 90% informacji. W związku z tym nie widzieć to znaczy nie wiedzieć.
So, as some people think and believe that vision brings us about 80 and some other things, that 90% of the information, it means that if you are not capable of seeing, if you can't see, you can't know.
A więc mamy taką sytuację. Kiedyś wystąpiłem przed takim szacownym gremium rządowym o sytuacji naszego środowiska, o sytuacji niewidomych i o specyfice naszej niepełnosprawności.
So we have this situation. Once I had a speech in front of the very great gathering, in front of the governmental council about the situation of the blind.
Ten brak informacji, drodzy Państwo, owocuje na przykład tym, że ja nie mam pojęcia, czy tutaj się jakieś światło pali, czy gdzie są tutaj okna w tej sali. Co
So-
uważam za naprawdę podstawowe informacje o rzeczywistości, która nas otacza.
So this lack of information results or may result, for instance, that I don't know, I have no idea if in this hall, in this room right now, there is a light turn on. So it's basically a very difficult situation.
No więc ja nie będę mnożył przykładów, czego my nie wiemy. Po prostu naprawdę nie wiemy wielu podstawowych rzeczy i z tego wynika sytuacja życiowa niewidomych.
So I won't be adding more example of what we don't know, but this results in a very difficult situation of the life of the blind.
Nasza specyfika niepełnosprawności wzroku i nasza sytuacja oczywiście powoduje, co należy zrobić, żebyśmy sobie w życiu jakoś radzili.
The specificity of our disability also, of course, causes the solutions that we should come up with in order to cope with life.
I drodzy Państwo pracują w dziedzinie O&M, w dziedzinie, która ma nam pomagać. Ale przecież nie tylko zajęcia z orientacji przestrzennej, możliwości poruszania się samodzielnego na zewnątrz, ale też i wszelkie udostępnianie informacji nam może pomóc.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you are working in the field of O&M, but we all know that in order to be independent, we need also other kinds of information, not only the methods of how to move independently in our surroundings outside of buildings, for instance.
Zwróciłem uwagę na fakt ważny. Organizacja państwa, organizacja nasza, International Mobility Conference, dotyka kwestii mobilności, kwestii więc samodzielnego poruszania się, czyli zajęć z orientacji przestrzennej. Zwróciłem uwagę na to, że to jest w tej chwili we współczesnym świecie tylko jedno zagadnienie z naprawdę dziesiątek innych bardzo ważnych albo tak samo ważnych, o których za chwilę będę opowiadał.
The IMC and also our organization deals with the O&M, but I realized that it's only one of the many factors that are important in independence.
Proszę Państwa, niewidomy we współczesnym świecie, który potrafi poruszać się po mieście, bez wsparcia informacyjnego i tak sobie nie poradzi. Nie da rady. Kiedyś tak, 100 lat temu, 50 lat temu, niewidomy poruszający się z białą laską, już miał możliwość aktywności. W tej chwili w świecie, w społeczeństwach informacyjnych i postinformacyjnych to zupełnie nie wystarczy.
A blind person who even is well rehabilitated and can move independently with a weight cane if the person functions in a space, in urban space, if the information is not provided, the person will not be able to be independent, even though this rehabilitation is on a good level.
A więc można powiedzieć, że mobilność, można powiedzieć, że możliwość poruszania się z białą laską na zewnątrz, my mówimy po mieście, to chyba w tej chwili należy ocenić jako pierwszy stopień do usamodzielniania niewidomych.
So I would say that the ability to move around independently with a white cane can be expressed as a first step to independence.
Żeby niewidomy radził sobie w szkole, na studiach, w pracy, żeby niewidomy założył rodzinę, żeby niewidomy był obywatelem zadowolonym ze swojego życia, takim samodzielnym podatnikiem, który nie żyje jedynie z wsparcia społecznego, ale ma satysfakcję, że zarabia na siebie sam i na swoją rodzinę. Żeby to wszystko się stało, to nie tylko musi się poruszać, musi też mieć mnóstwo dostarczonych, mnóstwo informacji.
So in order for a blind person to become successful in his or her personal and professional life, there must be a lot of information provided for the person in order for this person to earn his or her own money, to establish his or her family, to be a good student, to finish his or her education. There must be a lot of information for the person provided.
Pierwszy więc ten krok na drodze do samodzielności to jest możliwość poruszania się. 200 lat temu wykonano kolejny krok. Ambicją bowiem Ludwika Braille'a i jego przyjaciół z Paryża było, żeby niewidomi mogli czytać i samodzielnie pisać. To tego nazwałbym drugim krokiem na drodze do samodzielności.
So the first step for the blind person to become independent is this ability to move independently using the white cane. But 200 years ago, there was a Louis Braille and his friends in Paris. And this I would call the second step for the independence.
Mamy więc dwa kroki. Pierwszy i drugi omówiłem. Drugi krok, o którym powiedziałem, wynalazek Ludwika Braille'a, spowodował, że niewidomi mogli wreszcie się uczyć i wreszcie czytać, tak jak ludzie widzący.
So the first step that I told about, and the second that I've just presented, the Louis Braille and his invention, it caused that the blind people could eventually learn as a sighted person could.
To, co Ludwik Braille dla nas zrobił, drodzy Państwo, dla nas niewidomych, nazwaliśmy, być może wy tak nie nazwaliście tego, a my tu w Polsce mówimy, to była pierwsza rewolucja w dziedzinie usamodzielniania niewidomych.
The thing that Louis Braille did for the blind, as we call it in Poland, is the first evolution of the blind, for the blind.
Drodzy Państwo, trzeba było czekać 200 lat na drugą rewolucję. Dlaczego czekaliśmy na drugą rewolucję? Dlatego, że Ludwik Braille umożliwił nam kontakt pomiędzy nami, niewidomymi oraz osobami, które specjalnie poświęciły się dla nas i nauczyły się jego systemu zapisu.
So for a second revolution, we had to wait another 200 years. Why? Because Louis Braille built kind of a bridge between the blind and the sighted had to learn also the system.
I mieliśmy, proszę Państwa, 200 lat we względnym szczęściu, że mogliśmy już czytać, uczyć się, komunikować między sobą, ale brakowało nam czego, drodzy Państwo? Integracji, włączenia w życie całych społeczeństw.
So during this 200 years, we were kind of happy. We could read, communicate with the world, but we did not have the integration with the rest of the society.
I przyszedł czas drugiej rewolucji, drodzy Państwo. Kiedy? kilkadziesiąt lat temu. Powiedzmy, rozpoczęliśmy tę drugą rewolucję w latach 80. poprzedniego wieku, więc na przykład 40 lat temu. Wtedy, kiedy zaczęliśmy, drodzy Państwo, używać komputery.
But time has finally come that we faced the second revolution. It was maybe 40 years ago. We could face the second revolution, which was the time that we started to use computers
Drodzy
for
Państwo,
the blind.
komputery są używane przez Was, drodzy widzący przyjaciele. Okazało się, że mogą być używane również przez nas niewidomych. Jeśli systemy elektroniczne i software'owe, elektroniczne potrafią wiedzieć, co wyświetlić na ekranie, żebyście Państwo to widzieli, to one również potrafią wiedzieć, co nam pokazać w Braille'u i w wersji lektorskiej.
So it turned out that not only could the sighted use their computers, but also the blind would able to do this. So if the electronical equipment software could know what to display on the screen for the sighted user, it could also do the same for the blind user.
Druga rewolucja, drodzy Państwo, polega wobec tego na tym, że niewidomi piszą, widzący czytają, albo odwrotnie. Ludzie widzący piszą, a niewidomi czytają. Treści są te same. I to umożliwiło prawdziwą integrację niewidomych z resztą społeczeństwa.
So this second revolution is about that the blind could write and the sighted could read and the other way around. So this was the real integration with the rest of the society.
I niech Państwo zwrócą uwagę, co ja powiedziałem. Powiedziałem o dwóch rewolucjach. Rewolucjach i dwóch wielkich krokach na drodze do samodzielności. I z czego one wynikały? Z rozwoju kwestii dostępu do informacji. Proszę bardzo, Ludwik Braille wynalazł zapis brajlowski, zapis alfabet, a druga rewolucja spowodowała, że mamy dostęp do informacji dzięki technologii IT.
So please keep in mind that I told you about two revolutions. The first was about acquiring the ways of reading and writing, and the second, communicating with others using the technology.
Proszę Państwa, czekamy na trzecią rewolucję, a ona już jest bardzo blisko. Właściwie tej trzeciej rewolucji to już my dotykamy. Niewykluczone, że Państwo tutaj na wystawie, która towarzyszy naszej konferencji, Państwo to już obejrzą. Trzecia rewolucja, drodzy Państwo, wiąże się albo za chwilę będzie się wiązała ze sztuczną inteligencją.
So this all is connected with the information. And now we are waiting for the third revolution. And this revolution is very close. Maybe you can see it on the exhibition that is here. And this revolution will be connected with the artificial intelligence.
Drodzy Państwo, na czym polega dobro płynące ze sztucznej inteligencji? Na tym, że niewidomy będzie całkowicie niezależny, bo będzie miał dostęp do wszelkich informacji już naprawdę bez ograniczeń.
So what is the blessing of this artificial intelligence? It is that the blind people can be fully independent and can have full access to the information.
I w ten oto sposób trzy rewolucje, dwie, które już mamy za sobą i ta trzecia, która albo już jest, albo właśnie za chwilę się ujawni, one są związane z dostępem do informacji.
And this way, we have these two revolutions and the third one that is happening or will be happening in the near future. And all of these revolutions are strictly connected with the access to information.
I w ten oto sposób niewidomi osiągają swoje sukcesy. Najpierw możemy poruszać się po mieście, właśnie z taką białą laską, jaką ja mam.
And this way, blind people can achieve success. Firstly, they can move independently in urban space using the white cane, similar the one that I have here.
Drugi stopień, drugi krok na drodze usamodzielniania to jest to, że możemy czytać, możemy też pisać.
The second step on our way to independence is that we can write and we can read.
A trzeci krok na drodze do samodzielności to jest to, że zdobywamy podmiotowość przez to, że możemy wykonywać zadania tak jak ludzie widzący. Pracę, naukę, aktywność społeczną, nawet polityczną.
And the third step is that we are being subjects to, and we can achieve success by establishing our business, being successful people, even politicians, for example.
Rok temu, również w maju, wziąłem udział w sesji Organizacji Narodów Zjednoczonych, która dotyczyła przedsiębiorczości osób z niepełnosprawnościami.
Last year, I took part in a conference organized by the United Nations, and it concerned people with disabilities.
I powiedziałem wtedy coś dla mnie ważnego, że nie będzie przedsiębiorczości, aktywności, samodzielności osób niewidomych, bo akurat o nas mówiłem, kiedy korzystając z tych najnowszych osiągnięć technologicznych, nie będziemy mieli jako niewidomi dobrego poziomu edukacyjnego i załatwionych podstawowych spraw w naszych krajach.
And at that time, at that conference, I took the space and I presented it in a way that I explained to those people who were present at the conference that we will never have independence, we will never be entrepreneurial as blind people without the proper education, because at that time, in my opinion, education was the key to success.
I znowu dotykamy kwestii informacji, drodzy Państwo, bo dobre wykształcenie, dobry poziom edukacji to nic innego jak dostarczenie niewidomej osobie mnóstwa informacji, którymi ma dysponować w swoim życiu, w młodości i w całym dorosłym.
And again, we are touching here the basic thing. It's information and access to information. The good education means the good educational level and access to information for the blind person.
Żeby to wszystko dobrze się, drodzy Państwo, udało, potrzebne są pieniądze. I to jest kolejna teza, którą wygłosiłem właśnie na Forum Narodów Zjednoczonych. Osoby z niepełnosprawnościami potrzebują dofinansowań, potrzebują empatii, której efektem jest dotowanie realizacji naszych celów.
And this was another issue that I mentioned during the conference, during the forum organized by the United Nations. What we need is also money. We also need donations. We also need some grants in order to get the access to information.
Po co są pieniądze, drodzy Państwo? Dla nas, dla niewidomych. Pieniądze są po to, żebyśmy mogli dostawać informacje. Bez pieniędzy nie mamy dostępu do informacji.
Why do we need money? It's quite easy. We need money in order to get access to information. As easy as that.
Sytuacja jest taka, żeby niewidomy radził sobie w życiu, w codzienności, w edukacji, w pracy, żeby mógł być społecznie aktywny, a nawet politycznie aktywny, musi być oprzyrządowany przyrządami, które niwelują skutki niepełnosprawności wzroku.
In order for the blind to be socially included fully, to be socially active, even politically active, he needs to be equipped with all the information.
I drodzy Państwo, stąd potrzeba, żeby taki Marek Kalbarczyk używał sobie brajlowskiego monitora, brajlowskiego notatnika, syntezatora mowy, dyktafonów, takiego monitora brajlowskiego, który pokazuje wypukłą grafikę i wszelkich innych urządzeń, tak, żebym ja na co dzień nie odczuwał, że nie widzę.
So what does it mean for me, for Marek Kalbarczyk? It means that I'm fully equipped with all those state-of-the-art equipments needed for those people who are blind or visually impaired, like special screen dictation or the new typological equipment.
No i proszę powiedzieć, że ja potrzebuję brajlowskiego monitora, brajlowskiego
Screen
notatnika.
with the braille.
We need the braille display, the tactile graphics in order to be independent
I
when
drodzy,
it comes
pań-
to information.
I drodzy Państwo, mogą Państwo zobaczyć to na dzisiejszej wystawie.
And what you can see today, you can witness it on the exhibition, which is around us.
I proszę bardzo, jaka jest wtedy sytuacja? Jestem w domu, drodzy Państwo, włączam komputer, odczytuję informacje, gdzie mam się wstawić o godzinie 15.
What does it mean for me again? I sit in front of the computer and I exactly know where I need to be at a certain time, at 3 o'clock, let's say.
Dowiaduję się, jaki adres, sprawdzam, gdzie on jest, włączam system nawigacyjny, udźwiękowiony i wiem, jak mam się poruszać, jakimi środkami komunikacji mam tam dojechać.
I've got full access to information. I exactly have the address displayed. I've got navigation. I exactly know which public transport to use. I'm fully independent.
Szykuję się do wyjścia, muszę wyglądać na poziomie, tak jak wszyscy ludzie dookoła, widzący, więc ubieram się za pomocą testera kolorów.
I also need to look smart, like all those people who are fully sighted. So what do? I check and I have the color sample.
Proszę Państwa, no, tester kolorów mówi mi, jakie mam ubranko, marynarkę, koszulkę, wszystko. To też są informacje, drodzy Państwo, które bardzo są dla mnie ważne.
And these information, how I look, if my shirt suits my suit. These are also information important, key information for me, and I've got them thanks to the color sample.
Jak jestem jako tako ubrany, jeszcze wchodzę do kuchni, zjem kanapkę, którą sam sobie zrobię, naleję herbatę, naleję wodę do herbaty, skorzystam z czujnika poziomu cieczy i innych urządzeń, które mam w kuchni.
Then, when I'm well dressed, I go to my kitchen. I'm fully independent there. I put the boiler on and I know and I check how much liquid I need, and everything is easy for me to know.
W komórce sprawdzę, w smartfonie sprawdzę, jaka jest pogoda i dowiem się, że jest deszcz.
In my smartphone, I will have a look and I will check what the weather is like.
Ubiorę się w płaszcz przeciwdeszczowy i wezmę białą laskę, wyjdę z domu.
Then I'll put my raincoat on. If it's raining, I'll take my white cane and I will go out of my house.
Włączę system nawigacji i dotrę do przystanku autobusowego.
Then I put my navigation on my smartphone and I will find my way to the bus stop.
Podjedzie autobus, ogłosi jaki jest numer.
The bus will come. There will be the voice message telling what number of the bus is there in front of me.
Wsiądę do odpowiedniego autobusu i będę informowany przystanek po przystanku, gdzie ja jestem.
Then I get on board of the bus and I've got a full access to information which bus I'm in.
Będę słyszał, co mijam, bo mój system, drodzy Państwo, powie mi, że mijam urząd dzielnicy, że mijam centrum handlowe, że mijam plac zabaw dla dzieci.
And my system will inform me clearly what is around, that I'm passing, let's say, the town hall, the fun fair for children.
Dojadę do miejsca przeznaczenia, wysiądę z autobusu i zauważę na chodniku, że są linie naprowadzające, które jak po szynie zaprowadzą mnie do Teatru Wielkiego Warszawy.
And then I'll get off the bus and I will feel that there are the lines which will lead me straight in front of the entrance of the theater in Warsaw.
Wejdę do teatru, okażę swój bilet i proszę Państwa, sam trafię na swoje miejsce, na swój fotel w teatrze, bo one będą, drodzy Państwo, opisane etykietą brajlowską.
And then As easy as that, I will enter the room and I will be able to find my old seat. Why? Because it's in Braille alphabet.
Spektakl się rozpocznie, znowu skorzystam ze smartfonu, włączę aplikację, słuchaweczkę do ucha i co się okaże? Że ja mam spektakl z audiodeskrypcją.
And then I'm sat there in the theater. And again, as easy as that, I'll put on my headphones and I will see exactly because I've got audio description on my smartphone.
Na kolanach, drodzy Państwo, trzymam brajlowski tekst, który jest odpowiednikiem tego zwykłego, czarnodrukowego, który inne osoby, inni widzowie mają. Ja mam wydrukowany program tego spotkania, wiadomości, jacy aktorzy występują, czyja to jest sztuka i tak dalej, informacje o sztuce w brajlu.
And then again, I feel equal because those people who have the normal print, they've got the program in which they check the information about the piece of theater, and I've got it as well printed in Braille alphabet.
Kiedy indziej, drodzy Państwo, idę na zebrania, akurat jestem członkiem kilku komisji doradczych dla polskiego rządu. I drodzy Państwo, bez brajlowskiego wydruku tego, o czym debatujemy i nad czym głosujemy, to oczywiście bym sobie nie poradził. No to mam brajlowski wydruk i, drodzy Państwo, czytam sobie tekst w brajlu, albo mam, drodzy Państwo, ze sobą notatnik brajlowsko mówiący i sobie słucham i głosuję, drodzy Państwo, świadomie. I wtedy czuję się jako człowiek samodzielny, traktowany przez innych podmiotowo.
I am, ladies and gentlemen, a member of some advisory board to the government. And when I've got the Braille prints, I can take part wisely and I understand what is being discussed. I'm well prepared and I feel fully included because I can vote and I feel like a subject, not an object.
Proszę Państwa, pracują Państwo w dziedzinie, która dla nas jest najważniejsza.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are all working within the field which for us is the most important.
No, Państwo właśnie wybrali nas jako podmiot swojej aktywności zawodowej.
Because it's us who are helping you to be active in your activity, in your field of interest.
Bardzo Was wszystkich proszę, żebyście pamiętali, że to, co opowiedziałem, kiedyś było marzeniem niewidomych, a teraz się staje.
I would like you all to remember that what has always been a dream of the blind is now coming true.
Zawdzięczamy, drodzy Państwo, to i Narodom Zjednoczonym, i Unii Europejskiej, polskiemu rządowi, ale przede wszystkim społeczeństwom, które w takim stanie postinformacyjnym wiedzą, że niewidomi bez informacji nie dają sobie rady.
We are very grateful to all those institutions like United Nations, European Union, local governments, state governments, and especially you, the society, who thanks to the fact that we are the well-informed society, we know what our needs are.
Będziemy, drodzy Państwo, Wam pomagali w tym, żebyście nam pomagali.
We will help you so that you can help us.
I drodzy Państwo, powiem tak, jak byłem młodszy i znalazłem pracę w Instytucie Meteorologii w Warszawie, nie było jeszcze mówiących komputerów, więc moja praca jako programisty była bardzo trudna.
Let me tell you something about my history. When I was younger, I found my job in the Institute of Metallurgy. At that time, my job wasn't that easy.
Drodzy Państwo, żeby pracę dobrze wykonać, sam stworzyłem pierwszy obecny na rynku syntezator mowy polskiej.
At that time, I was working as a programmist, and because the work was very difficult, I myself invented something that is helping in the work. I created the
First Polish speech synthesizer.
I drodzy Państwo, jak się połączy możliwość samodzielnego poruszania się po mieście z białą laską, z dostępem do informacji dzięki na przykład syntezie mowy i brailleowskim urządzeniom, to możemy czuć się potrzebni, możemy czuć się podmiotowo, możemy uważać, że jesteśmy razem z wami.
And thanks to the fact that we can combine all those elements, we can move around the city easily, we can understand, we've got access to the information, we can feel fully included.
I drodzy Państwo, życzę naszemu środowisku niewidomym i tutaj w Polsce, i na całym świecie, żebyśmy mieli dzięki sztucznej inteligencji wszystkie informacje, tak jak wy, drodzy Państwo, widząc. Będziemy więc słyszeli, co jest dookoła, jaki otacza nas krajobraz, jakie osoby spotykamy. Mamy już urządzenia tak inteligentne, że spojrzą na Milenę Roth i mi mówią: Marek, przed tobą jest Milena Roth.
And I really hope that the future is bright and all those technological advances will make our life easier. We will understand exactly what is happening around us. We will see it somehow thanks to the artificial intelligence. So for example, when Milena Roth is standing in front of me, my system will give me the information. Here she is. This is Milena.
Drodzy Państwo, i w ten oto sposób chciałem pokazać, że orientacja przestrzenna, tak bardzo ważna dla każdego niewidomego, jest jednak wstępem do osiągania sukcesu przez niewidomych.
And that's what I wanted to prove, that the orienteering and the proper orienteering within the space we are in is only the introduction to the independence of the blind.
Więc, drodzy Państwo, bardzo ważna dziedzina, która jednak powinna prowadzić do kolejnych osiągnięć nas niewidomych. Dziękuję za uwagę.
This is the field of activity which will contribute to the future advances in the technology. Thank you very much for your attention.
Marek Kalbarczyk, ladies and gentlemen. First keynote speech. Thank you very much, Marek.
Thank you very much. We are on time. We've got enough time to have a short break because on your programs, you've got more very interesting lectures to come. So now you can take your time and enjoy the rest of the conference. And I hope that some of you being in the same hotel as we are will still think that Warsaw is hospitable, even though we don't have hot water. But it will come, promise. Today at 3 o'clock, the hot water will come. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the conference and see you later during the day.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the session 1.5 of the conference. Please have a seat. Please have a seat, yes. The topic of the session is new technologies that facilitate orientation and mobility, usage, effectiveness, future challenges. We begin with the presentation titled TEDI Smart Solutions That Save Time and Much More. Please welcome Marcin Blankart.
Thank you. Good morning. I hoped there will be more audience interested in smart solutions. However, if you are Pole and you're living in Poland, for you, company Gerda, it's synonymous of the locks of the doors, which is security and safety of your house. And for some years, Gerda also started to enter the smart home solutions, smart home market and technology because we understood that this is something that is, first of all, it's a must because of the development of the world, but also that technology saves many things. First of all, it saves time. Some years ago, there was some research that shows that if you have average size one family home with a garden, you can save up to 170 hours a year of your time by automatization of your appliance, including irrigation, including heating and everything else. That's how much every year you can save of time. Of course, bottom line, you can also save the money, but there is much more. When we talk about the safety and security of your house, of your home, we are also talking about the peace of mind. When we turn the switch, when we turn the lock, well, if you can see, if you know, you can understand that you lock it or open it and you switch it on or off. But, well, when you don't see the effect, you just change the position. In case of a smart home technology, you say, or you give the command by the smartphone, lock or unlock, and then you are sure that even if the doors are locked, they will remain locked, they will not change the position to unlock. So it's also safe, give you peace of your mind. There's something else. The key to your door, it's quite anonymous. I mean, if you are not at home, you never know who is opening the door, if it's with a key, if it's a thief who is picking the lock, if somebody is breaking in, you can just find it out when you arrive back. With a smart lock technology, with a smart home technology, you at least are informed that somebody is opening or closing your door. So this is already something that gives you much better control over your properties. Well, there are many different types of the smart locks, and the most popular, the most well-known are those that are used at the hotel. You can use hotel key card, or you can use some other tokens or else to open the door at the hotel. But usually for this solution, first of all, whole electronics is outside. So you can see that there is some reader or there is some keypad that you can use. And of course, the safety of this system from the cyber perspective is not that high because it's not needed. At the hotel, you have reception, you have the security cameras and so on. So you don't need this security. So the only solution that is, let's say, safe for your home would be something that keeps at least the level of the security of the door that is offered by the door producer and gives you something else. So the smart locks that are dedicated to our residential application are usually the one that simply turns the key. So from outside, you have your lock with a keyhole where you enter the key and then turn it to open and lock. From inside, either you have a key or you have a knob to lock and unlock the door. The smart locks do replace this knob or this key from inner side to lock and unlock the door. So From outside, you still have the same door. There is no visible sign that you use some modern technology. You still have a keyhole and you still can use the key. From inside, there is something new and something that gives you far more than ordinary lock. So why I would like to present to you our product, of course. I could do it very shortly. The smart lock offered by Teddy, by Gerda, is the smallest, the strongest, the fastest, and the most quiet product available on the market worldwide. And that's it. However, of course, we offer far, far more. First of all, I would like to break some fake news or fake information about the cybersecurity of those systems. Of course, there are, as I mentioned, some solutions dedicated to the hotels and so that are not so secure. They're very simply encrypting and simply coding that may be broken. However, for our solution, we are using TLS encryption protocol 1.3 with 256-digit encrypted key, which is asymmetric and which is dynamic. So it's changed every time. So if you don't understand what it means, because I don't, I'm not the guy who is in the cybersecurity, but let me tell you simply, if you use Google Pay, if you use Apple Pay, if you use electronic money transfer, that's exactly the same kind of encryption that is used in our lock. Is it safe? Let me say, it's far easier to break in through your door, breaking the door, or the easiest way, don't tell it to others, is to break the window. So if we can just keep in mind, it's definitely far secure than your standard doors, we can say, yeah, and it's offer even more. First of all, our smart lock, it's fully independent. It's powered by the built-in rechargeable battery that lasts for at least 6 to 12 months. Depends, of course, how often you're opening and closing the door, what kind of system of the locking door you have, and so on. But you have to charge it maximum once half a year. There is special dedicated cable with a micro USB port, which is magnetic. And even if you use it during the charging, it will simply disconnect, nothing will happen. And how you operate it, as I mentioned already, you install it like a knob to your cylinder that operates like a key, your lock. So you can use it manually. You can just turn this cylinder to lock it and unlock it. On top of it, there is a button that you can press if you are lazy or because of some other reasons, and it will do it for you automatically. It will lock and unlock by pressing the button. And of course, from the application, and if you are already using some voice assistant programs like Siri, Assistant Google, Alexa, you can just simply say, Teddy, lock the door, or Alexa, lock the door, hey Siri, lock the door, and the door will be locked. And as I said, it will not just change the position. If the door are already locked, it will remain. It will not change the position of the door. From outside, of course, you can use application. There are open and close buttons. You can use smartwatch with the widgets of opening and closing the doors. There is dedicated keypad that is very useful in case of rental, short-time rental, eventually some commercial applications for offices. Big advantage of this solution is that all the elements, keypad, lock, are fully independent. There is no need of wiring. So if you change the shape of your office, you put some extra space or you limit the space, you can move this lock from one door to another without any renovation, without changing all the power supply and so on. It's fully independent. Of course, application and lock gives you opportunity to open the door without even taking out the smartphone from your pocket. There is auto-opening feature that when you approach to the door, and your application will see your lock via Bluetooth, the door will open automatically. And of course, something that your key will never offer, remote opening. Your guest has arrived already to your house and you're still shopping. You can simply open the door for them remotely from any place in the world. On top of the voice assistant I already mentioned, for those who are already in smart host technology, we have integrated our smart lock with many smart house systems, starting with the Loxon and KNX, which are more international, finishing with Polish productions like Fibaro, Grenton, Ampio, but also Argus, also many others. Over 10 different smart home technologies are already integrated, or rather our lock is integrated with those. For those who are considering to use this smart technology for the renting their apartments or the homes for the summer holidays or else, on top of the keypad, we also have integration via channel management and property management system programs to the booking platform like Booking.com or Airbnb. So if you are integrated, the customers booking your apartment or home on Booking.com or Airbnb, an automatically system generates PIN codes, send it to him and to the lock. So you as an admin have to do absolutely nothing. Of course, for commercial applications, that is also possible. As I mentioned, we created a portal that helps us to serve and to manage big amount of the users and big amount of the locks. Well, we of course didn't rest there. Our Teddy lock is available already on market for 2 years. Sorry, for 2 years. I wish 20. And we are still developing the product. We are already present in over 50 countries, mostly Europe, South Central America, but we are planning to enter also US, Canada, Australia. Well, of course, all this depend on availability of the proper, let's say, integration with the local locks. In Canada, in US, they are used mostly so-called deadlock system. So it's a little bit different solution that we use in Europe. That's why we have to produce all the adapters that are required to be able to install our smart lock on the doors in Canada and US. And of course, certification process, that's another thing that has to be provided. So far, we already start to sell our products in Mexico because it was much easier to provide certification, and the system of the deadlock locking door is about the same. So solution already exists. We just wait for proper papers. And because we are Gerda, we are producer of cylinders, locks, doors, and so on, we can provide all these accessories to make our product properly be available anywhere in the world. From June this year, so in few weeks, we will also introduce to the market some, let's say, I don't want to say commodity, but more economic product, because our Teddy, it's a high-end product, high value. It's not only very nice, but it's also very durable. And we will introduce in few weeks, which we already present here on the exhibition. So I kindly invite you to visit our booth, our stand. There will be new lock. The name will be Teddy Go. And there will be just few differences. First of all, it will not be run by the rechargeable battery, but by the ordinary batteries. The body will not be built out of aluminum, but out of plastic. And it will be installed on the key, not on the specific bolt that is usually used for the knobs. So just few differences. It will be, of course, a little bit bigger, a little bit more noisy and slower, but still all the features will be the same as for Teddy. So if the price also might matter, we will present this product. And We want, of course, develop our offer, not just for the entry doors, but for all access system, let's say, or all access elements. So we introduced together with the Teddy Go, the Teddy Smart Relay module, which is module that you can attach to the gate, to the garage door motor, to the entrance or doors to the stairwell when we have apartment buildings. And you can control it also from the same application as your door. So you can enter through all the access elements to your house or to your home with the use of one application without any mobile control units or without any keys. So, of course, this is not the end. We are still working on the further development. So soon in our keypad, there will be NFC module available. So you can use key cards, tokens, or smartphones with the NFC to open it without a PIN code, without anything else. There will be a door sensor because this is one thing that we so far didn't offer individually, which can be attached to the smart lock through the smart home system. But the door sensor is for some people important. Theoretically, we open and close the doors when we are at them, right, at the front of them. But sometimes, since we can do it remotely, why not to make sure that the door are physically closed before we close the lock? So we will introduce the door sensor and definitely else, because we still want to develop this product up to the customer's need. So let me finish with what I said will be the shortest description of our product. It's the smallest, the strongest, the fastest, the most quiet, and I would say the most safe and secure smart lock available on the market worldwide. I kindly invite you to visit our booth. Thank you.
Dear guests, now feel free to ask the questions. Don't go away.
No. Okay, if there are any questions, please.
Feel free.
One second, sorry. No. So far, it's for, you mean voice control, I mean the voice assistant?
No,
Yeah?
sorry, I'll add a bit
sorry.
more context. So for people that are using the mobile application who have sight loss, has the application been made accessible for people that are using a screen reader, such as
sorry,
VoiceOver or
yes, of
TalkBack?
course. Sorry. This is the main issue why we are here, because we are working for one of the Polish associations that support people with vision disease, let's say, and we are working on our application. So far, the comment is the most customer available, let's say, the best application they found on the market. That's why we are invited here, and we are still working to develop. So for all the readers of the application, pretty soon it will be fully, let's say, accessible. For now, we still have few bugs. We still have few comments or digits that are, for example, in Polish version in English for the reader, and so on. But we are correcting this, and I think within June it will be all corrected. So all this application can be read by the voice reading applications for blind people, and then it will be fully accessible. Yes. Thank you for the question, because I forgot to mention that. Yes, I should, of course.
Anyone else? If not, thank you very much. Thank you, Marcin. In a few minutes, I will invite you to the next session. Just 5 minutes. Are you ready to start now? Okay. So the next one is, yes.
Don't worry.
Please introduce yourself.
Microphone.
Yes.
Okay, I can use it. And this is the, okay. Good morning. My name is Joaquin Herrera, and I work for ONCE, which is the National Spanish Organization for the Blind. I'm not used to speaking English, so I hope you understand I need some help from my notes. I first explain what's the aim of this work. And next, I'm trying to show you how we develop the approach for planning new or unfamiliar routes. And finally, the conclusions. Orientation, excuse me, okay. Is this one? Yeah. This or this? Okay. Okay, sorry. Orientation in the urban environment without vision is not an easy task, although it will depend on the skill of each person. Most of us in the room are familiar with the methods of safe movement and how specialists work on it. It's very difficult, but it's less common for the blind people to move by themselves in an unfamiliar environment for different reasons. Among others, because there is a lack, they find a lack of references. They mainly get oral information about the route, and it could be areas with irregular layouts. The idea we propose arose from the need for some blind people who are expert in complex mobility to be able to travel new routes independently. We ask ourselves, how did they move around when they have to go to unfamiliar places? We can say that for a person with blindness to navigate in a new environment, it's necessary to possess good spatial orientation abilities, be proficient in cane use and protection techniques, be proficient in social skills, and have a high level of self-confidence. On the other hand, many people who use technology in their daily lives share their knowledge with others and learn from each other. Sometimes we specialists learn about these new resources when people with blindness already use them and share their knowledge and achievements with each other. In this respect, professionals sometimes come behind these people who learn from each other how to obtain new resources and more benefits from technology. It's our intention to break this dynamic and learn together with them, to participate in the learning process in order to achieve a more effective and direct learning process. The use of devices and applications to know the position in a space and to be guided to a destination point is becoming more and more frequent. Devices and applications evolve rapidly. New devices appear at the same time as apps are outdated or become obsolete. It's not easy to keep up with the constant emergence of these options. Among the devices that facilitate orientation and guidance in urban space, there are few especially designed for blind people. And with regard to apps, there are some designed specifically for them, although in general, they require the use of the accessibility of the mobile operating system, iOS or Talkback. This technology offers inaccurate instructions for the blind people and poorly defined position. Our intention here is firstly to show a procedure to facilitate people with blindness to independently plan new routes, and finally learn together, specialists and people with blindness, for more productive learning. We want to explore a new way in which specialists and users collaborate and work together. For this purpose, it was formed a group of 5 people with blindness or severe visual impairment who met the following requirements: be skilled in the use of the digital technologies, have a good level of independence and safety when moving around, willingness to work as a team, and we seek to form a unique team between professionals and users. The team consisted of 4 people with total blindness and 1 with severe visual impairment. Their age ranged from 31 to 65 years. We were 3 specialists in OM. Another aspect we try to ensure with the collaboration of the specialists in technology for the blind is that they will be aware of the screen reader of the operating system and the rotor of the OS, which is basic to handle with it. Definitely, our idea is, on the one hand, to establish a new collaborative way of working, and also to investigate ways to plan new or unfamiliar routes. To sum up, our objective is to make it easy with the help of technology. We look for the most effective and simplest way to carry out this activity. The more specific objectives are to get to know different apps and their usefulness in the location of outdoor targets and in the design of the necessary routes, to become familiar with the language and instructions used in the app in the description of the routes, to be able to interpret in a real environment the instruction of the apps, being able to complete the suggested routes, and plan a route autonomously in known and unknown environments, using for this purpose the app work on. The work was carried out during 4 seasons, which we won't detail here, and we'll show the logical process that was followed during the whole time. As I said, initially we had the participation of specialists in technology for people with blindness, who gave information on the use of the screen readers and about the applications used, Lazarillo and Google Maps. Participants initially completed a questionnaire that will give us information about their level of mobility, the type of environments they usually move around in, and how they use applications for orientation in the urban environment. We discussed about the objectives of the activity, which applications to use, and the frequency and duration of the sessions. I won't describe each session here, but I'll show the final result of their session, how it was possible to plan a route in an unfamiliar environment with simple tools available to everyone. I'll show this result as well as the conclusions finally obtained. The material necessary to carry out the program was each user's own mobility assistant, smartphones with internet access, Bluetooth and bone headphones, relief plans of the work area, Lego blocks for distance calculation, and the apps to be used, Google Maps, Lazarillo, and Compass. We agreed to use only some basic function of each of the applications. This will allow us to establish a starting point for the goal of planning routes through unfamiliar environments. But what kind of information we get from Google Maps and Lazarillo? We use Google Maps to establish the current position, the starting address, directions, turns, and distance estimation. And Lazarillo to know the current position every few minutes and the intersections we'll find in front or behind us. Before we start, we need to be sure that everyone is able to interpret the information. And it's common to first indicate the address in which to walk. We mainly use the smartphone compass, but it's also possible to use other compasses. It's at this point that we must be able to interpret the information starting with distances. Calculating long distances is often difficult, and subjective estimation may vary depending on the characteristics of the environment. We propose to use a support material that would allow us to understand the distances. To do this, we use Lego blocks that can be fit into a base. A minimum measurement of meters was established for each piece. For example, 50 or 100 meters. We first listened the distances provided by Google Maps, and users were asked to join as many pieces of the distance of each section required and to correctly orientate each turn. The final result should be a basic outline of the route to be followed with the proportions and turns similar to the real route. As example, we use a route near the ONCE building, and it was realized taking into account the proportions and distances assessed with the Lego blocks. The objective is that each person can make an estimate as exact as possible of the distances indicated by Google Maps. They first walk the distance represented by each block to memorize it and make it their own. Another interesting piece of information to know before starting a route is to anticipate the kind of street, traffic or pedestrian, as well as the name of the streets. We found that only occasionally it's mentioned that the road is restricted, which may lead us to think that it's a pedestrian street or similar. However, through Lazarillo, we can know the intersections that we are going to find. This allows us to confirm the correct direction of the route. Once they are able to interpret the information and calculate the distance provided by the navigators, we are ready to make the first route through a structured environment that allows us to study different route alternatives. And the first thing we will do is to ask Google, I want to go to that point walking with Google Maps. If you don't say that, you must be sure the way of route is walking. This is the easiest way to do this, although it's also possible to scroll through the app and type the destination in the destination, selecting the walk option. Usually, it will give us our current position as the starting point. But if what we want is to mark a specific starting point other than the current one, when you place yourself on your location, it tells you to double tap to change the starting point. Then you can write or dictate it. Once we have chosen the starting point and destination, if we want to know the different steps of the route, we have to scroll down the screen to the Steps button. If you want to read the directions while you are on the route, a swipe up or down with your fingers provides information to the previous or next steps. Another choice is to find out the different alternative routes. Two options are available. Place yourself on the indication of the duration and distance of the route just before the steps, as you can hear in this short video, I hope. It's just the screen of Google Maps. And the other option is once the entire route has been displayed, it's possible to move to another route by sweeping outwards, like you can hear in this short video too. In either of the two options, the gesture is upward or downwards to scroll through the different routes, route 104, route 204, etc. Once the route has been selected, we place ourselves on steps and proceed to read the indications. The Lazarillo app scans the environment and sends audible messages, streets, intersections, shops, etc. It's also performs routes using its own navigator or others. It's one of the most used apps in Spain, but can be used in more than 30 languages, including Polish. Even though it sends you voice messages, to scroll through the app, you need to use VoiceOver or TalkBack. As can be seen in the top right corner, it is possible to select one, several, or no elements of the environment. In our case, we don't select any element in order to avoid distracting information from our target. This way, we only get information related with our position every few minutes and intersections in front or behind us. This is the only way we use this application during the route as a complementary information to the provided by Google Maps. Another function explored during these sessions is to add a stop to the route, which can happen by chance. Once we have started the route, we scroll down the screen to voice search or search on route. When activated, it offers different options by category: shops, ATMs, supermarkets, coffees, or only search. And once there, we enter the destination we want. The destination will appear between the start and the end of the route. In the following sessions, we gave instructions for different routes. First, in a regular environment in which all the functions of both applications could be put into practice. Also to establish new destination from a given point or to introduce a stop on the route. If we review the process, it will look like this. Establish the starting point and the destination, select the route from those offered by the app, reviewing the route steps, streets, distances, and turns, route analysis with the help of maps and models, activation of Lazarillo without filter alerts, activation of the compass to check the starting position, activation of permanent Google Maps distance to destination notifications, route completion and review of incidents, establishments of a new destination point and completion of the route, and review and conclusions. We then put the same actions into practice in another environment not known to the participants, carrying out all possible actions, including sharing the route with another participant. Carrying out the activity as a group has allowed users to contribute their previous experience as well as some initially unplanned strategies, such as the use of the constant activation of Google Maps distance estimation. Users have shared experience and resources and have collaborated with those with less previous experience, sharing experience between people and between professionals and users. Finally, we proceed to conduct a user satisfaction questionnaire. The value of the answer was 1 completely agree, 2 disagree, 3 agree, and 4 completely agree. All responses score the highest on the scale. Questions were asked about aspects related to organization of the course, information, dates, number of participants, etc., adequacy of the contents and balance between theory and practice, duration of the course, training of tutors, didactic resources, documentation materials, facilities and resources, general evaluation, if they improve their autonomy, if they acquire new skills, if it promotes their personal development. The course has been of great interest and to their liking, and suggesting they indicate that it should last longer and deal with more apps, deal with Map Navigator and especially the one for iPhone, Apple Maps, and implement it as a workshop for ONCE members who don't have advanced knowledge about the use of apps in mobility. To conclude, we consider this activity to be of great interest for users who have already a good level of mobility and for new routes. It can also be a source of motivation for beginners in independent travel by providing them with more support during the journey and making them feel more confident. We think that this activity may be of interest to people with little experience in autonomous travel and sufficient skill in the use of the smartphone. For users with extensive travel experience, it may be less interesting, although it's useful for route planning in unfamiliar environments. The combination of the two apps used, Google Maps and Lazarillo, provides information that complements each other and helps to be constantly informed of both the current position and the next intersection in between. Both allow to plan an unfamiliar route before undertaking it, providing information before and during the route. Carrying out the activity as a group has allowed users to contribute their previous experience as well as some initially unplanned strategies, such as the use of the constant activation of Google Maps distance estimation. Users have shared experience and resources and have collaborated with those with less previous experience. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Feel free to ask questions. I encourage you. Yes, please.
You can name top 3 Navigate apps from blind people and Android and iOS, please.
Thank you. In this case, we only used these 2 apps because it was the first time we did that. So we thought that the best thing is to start with simple tools, the most simple tools. And we know that you can use Google Maps or other apps in other way, more complex. But for the beginning, we thought the best thing is for this group to start with these 2 apps and also the compass, as I said. And I wouldn't say which are the best. I think that Google Maps and Apple Maps are quite similar. And you know, you may know more than me about the use, for example, of Blind Square or that kind of apps.
Combination to Lazarillo and Google Maps and Apple Maps, maybe Blind Square.
Yes, you
Google
know,
Maps and
when
Apple
you use
is best experience.
2 of them together, maybe you have a lot of information. That's why we don't use Lazarillo only as a confirmation of the current position and the intersection, without any other information, without the navigator of Lazarillo or other, using the navigator of Google Maps and the current position intersection with Lazarillo.
Okay, thank you.
Another question?
Yes. So my question is, if all filters are turned off for Lazarillo, and it's only used for really pinpointing where to go, is Lazarillo still beneficial, or can you just use, for example, Google Maps? Yes. So if all filters are turned off for Lazarillo, is Lazarillo still then the best app to use in this case? Or do they find that the Google Maps only on its own would be sufficient as well?
We use Lazarillo without filters just to avoid to join too much information. We know that you can use Lazarillo in other way, but no, I don't know if I know you can use Lazarillo also incorporating Google Maps in their own apps. You don't need to open 2 apps at the same time. But we use this, as I said before, just to avoid distracting options, just to make it the simple way, the simplest way.
Thank you. I was just wondering how many people were in the group at the time when you were doing the teaching?
Yes, we were 3 specialists in OM and 5 persons, 4 blind person and 1 with severe visual impairment.
And how long was the program for?
It was for 4 times. Each time it depends, more than 2 hours each time.
Right,
Yes,
thank you
4
very
times.
much.
Anyone else? Thank you. I'm sorry for the delay. So, I invite you to another title. It's One for All. Smart headset to handle all our devices at once. It will be presented by Tomasz Kowal and Rob Swap. I'm sorry for the delay. I will check what happened with the speaker. Excuse me. Okay, sorry for the delay.
Ale to na 11.
Na 11. Tomasz Kowal, Rob Swap?
Tak.
Okej, no to czekamy na was.
A.
Here they are. Tomasz Kowal and Rob Swap.
Chcę z sprzętem podłączyć.
Okay. Okay, I think you hear me well. So welcome everyone here on our presentation. So my name is Tomasz Kowal. I'm from the marketing department of Axtel, a Polish audio and video hardware company. And here's my colleague Rock from the sales department. Today we have the privilege to tell you a remarkable story of our company's product development, which is the first and one of its kind headset dedicated to blind and visually impaired people in the world. It is a tool that transforms people's lives and opens up new opportunities for people that faces communication and technological challenges every day. However, before we get into the details of our product, I would like to ask you, have you ever wondered what the daily work of a blind, visually impaired person in a customer support department or call center is like? What problems and challenges do they have to overcome? What tools do they use? If so, I invite you to hear how here in Poland, the idea of creating a device that responds to the everyday challenges of visually impaired people was born. How we analyze the needs of them, and what are the main features and strengths of our solution. Before I introduce you to our idea, I would like to share with you a few brief facts about our company. Axtel is a Polish manufacturer of audio and video hardware that has been specialized in professional headsets for almost 20 years. We are proud of the fact that our headsets are designed and manufactured here in Poland using the latest technology and materials. We have our own R&D department, so we can fully bring our ideas to life. Axtel, with its branch offices present in nearly every continent, in more than 100 countries, and our company is socially responsible and is involved in a number of initiatives to improve the quality of life. Our Axtel Prime X3 headset is one of such examples. We have to be more flexible nowadays than ever before. To make our mark on the market and compete with the world's biggest giants, flexibility is a must fundamental value. We listen carefully to feedback, do research, and analyze needs of our users while constantly refining our products. Our Prime X3 headset that we want to show you today is the result of our vision, creativity, and almost 8 years of prototyping, testing, and financial funding. Our inspiration was the need to address the work exclusion of people with partial or total height loss. We noticed that there was a lack of solutions on the market that were compatible with the systems supporting blind and visually impaired. Often, such people work with multiple headsets at the same time. One headphone, where they listen to their mobile phone in one ear, another headphone in another ear that is connected to the landline. And on top of that, they have a headset which is connected to the computer and paired with synthesizer. We knew we had the operational and financial capacity to approach the project with a whole new headset. So we decided to create a headset that would allow them to easily switch between 3 channels: landline, mobile, and computer. In addition, we wanted to provide them with the ability to listen to their communication channels while simultaneously having a conversation on another one of them. This is an innovative feature that changes the way we work at the computer and simplifies multitasking. Only 15% of blind people in Poland is economically active. With our problem, with this problem, we came up with the solution, which is PrimeX3. And with this product, we want to challenge the market and make them economically active. To create the PrimeX3 headset, it wasn't enough to just have an idea and a vision. We also needed to understand the unique needs and expectations of people who work at a computer without relying on their sight. That's why we conducted an in-depth market analysis and studied systems that support them on various communication platforms. But the real contribution to this project was made by an amazing team from Tono, organization that provides comprehensive care for people with visual impairments in Poland for more than 100 years. Tono has been working with Axtel since 2010, when they trusted Axtel headsets as their main tool for their call center team, composed exclusively of people who use screen readers and other assistive technologies. Their first feedback of our headset inspired us to create a product better suited to their needs. One of their key members, Jan Gawlik, a technology enthusiast who was our consultant and tester. His experience and feedback were crucial to us and allowed us to create and fine-tune a product that would meet the most important criteria: ease of use, comfort, and sound quality. Tono team used our headsets in their daily work and shared their insights and suggestions with us. Thanks to them, we were able to perfect a number of details in our product, such as the shape of the buttons, the voice prompts, or the channel listening function. Now, I would like to hand over to my colleague, Rock, who will tell you more about the features.
Thank you, Tomek. Hello, everyone. I'm Rock. I'm member of the Axtel sales team, and I'm very excited to be here with you today to show you our amazing product, the Axtel Prime X3 Special Edition, like we call it. So our product is a device that gives you independence, comfort, and quality communication. What makes our headset so unique? It's first of all the fact that it allows you to connect to 3 different communication channels. So landline, mobile phone, and computer. And I'll tell you more about it in a moment. But now with our headset, you don't have to worry about the compatibility. So it's compatible with many different applications, computer systems, which gives you really much choice to work on. Our headsets work with actually all the tools available at the moment on the market. The headset also has voice prompts to inform you of an incoming call, signaling the source of the call, so landline, mobile, PC, informing you of the battery level, or for instance, if the headset is correctly placed on the base. The headsets themselves also have advantages coming from our almost 20 years of experience with the business headsets. So in terms of sound quality, comfort, ease of use, like for example, the Axtel has have excellent HD sound with advanced noise cancellation. Even in a very noisy environment, the caller hears nothing but you. So the headset, you will have no problem with making a call even in a very noisy environment. The headset have a special connection cable compatible with most of the IP phones, which is already included in the package. The headset has as well an acoustic protection system. It will protect your hearing. So the user actually will not hear the sounds too loud. The Prime X3 headset is a wireless headset with a very long-lasting battery with up to 10 hours of active work and 200 meters. You can walk 200 meters actually from the computer, from the base of the headset, and still you can talk and work normally. Okay, so in today's presentation, I want to show you one of the most exciting features of the Xtel Prime X3 headset, which is the function of listening to the multiple communication channels while having a conversation on one, and on another at the same time you can hear for instance, the screen reader from the computer. So it means in brief that you can actually get all the messages from the screen, so you can know what's going on computer, and at the same time, like I mentioned, you can talk on a mobile phone, have a conversation with someone. So this function is extremely useful for people who use computer-assisted systems on a variety of communication platforms. And this function allows the user to keep up to date with information that is important to them and to not have to interrupt their work due to conversation which they are having. So this feature actually changes the way you work at your computer, and it boosts multitasking. You can also adjust the listening and microphone volume, so using buttons on the headset separately for each channel. So this is a simple solution that gives you more options for freedom. The headset itself is very simple, easy use. So it has 4 buttons along the sides designed to switch between communication channels. And actually, so you can connect. The first button, for instance, is the landline interaction mode. Second button is actually connection to computer. Third button is connection to smartphone. And the fourth button is the mute button to mute microphone. Okay, so let's move on. The Prime X3 is also a device that offers special connection cable compatible with most of the IP phones on the market. Cable is included in the package and is very intuitive to use. You have 3 different colors, so you can immediately, and you can by feeling know what is the right cable to connect it to your phone. And the second cable is actually the EHS, so-called cable, which allows user to answer calls directly on the Prime X3 from landline phone without having to go to the desk or to use the phone. So this makes much simpler use for people who can move around freely, like I mentioned, up to 200 meters. And thanks to the headset's wireless capability, do not have to worry about the missing of an important call. Recently, we had the opportunity to demonstrate our product in a Frankfurt trade fair called Site City, where the visitors' feedback exceeded our expectations. They particularly highlighted the ability to connect 3 devices once to one headset. This is actually a unique feature, and the nature that the headset gives you freedom of movement, the comfort of use, the compatibility. So with any computer application which is actually now available on the market. I had the chance to talk to people, to talk to persons who actually were giving us these opinions, which was very amazing opportunity for me, really. So, for instance, here are some of the key points that the visitors pointed out. So, listening to many channels at the same time, this was a feature which no one was used to work with it up to now. So the headset being wireless, the noise cancellation in the microphone, the headset works with all the applications. Everything is very simple and very initiative. And I would like to thank you. Now I will give the floor back to Tomasz.
Okay, thank you, Rok. So the Axel Prime X3 is a revolutionary solution for people with visual impairments and all of those who value high quality communication and collaboration in different working environments. I would like you to try our products for yourself and discover its usefulness. So I invite you to our Axel stands, which is right behind me, and try the headset for yourself. If you want to learn more about product, I would like to order it for yourself or your company, please visit our website, which is shown on the screen. And you can find there our contact information and more key features of this product. Please feel free to come to us if you have any questions you kindly want to, and we're happy to answer. I just want to point out that Axel Prime is free. It's really the device that changes people's lives. And for this short time that we put it on the market and for the first feedback that we have, we are actually really impressed. How useful is it for blind and visually impaired people? We hear a lot about how this changes their lives, how this changes their everyday tasks. They use it not just professionally, not just when they work. They use it also when they just are in a house. They are connected to their phone. They are connected to their landline. They don't even have to come to reach the phone when they have a call. So they just have one headset, then can walk all over the house. That's why we use the special communication technology with the headset and the headpiece. So it's not Bluetooth, because Bluetooth has a very short range communication. We wanted our users to be able to walk all around the office or a house. So we use a different kind of a communication that can walk even to 200 meters away from the base. So it's a a device that changes people's lives. It's one of a kind. You don't have anything like this on the market right now, where you can connect 3 channels, listen to them all at the same time, and speak at the same time. So I feel very privileged to tell you about this story. I hope I inspired you with our journey that we had in Axel. And thank you again for coming, and have a great day. Come to see us at our stand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, zapraszamy.
If you have any questions, you may ask before. Are there any? Thank you.
Okay, zapraszamy do nas.
Okay, now I will invite you for coffee because we've got a delay. The other speaker will be delayed. So please go for a coffee and we'll ask you, okay, when he arrives. Oh, no. Excuse me, the speaker is here. My apologies. Have a seat, please.
On the morning.
I haven't seen you. Okay. Okay, so we will go with securing connections in suburban and regional.
Maybe it isn't best to participate since the other, I hear that the other are still on their third presentation and we're maybe a bit in front of maybe that one. Maybe that way.
Would you like a break?
I don't know, like a colleague of mine, they wanted to join some meetings here, but they're a bit behind and we're a bit of.
Would you like a break? Like 10 minutes? Can we do a break?
Yes, of course.
Would you like a break?
I think it's necessary.
10 minutes? Would it be convenient for everyone? 10 minutes break? Okay.
Is there a schedule somewhere to know when session starts and ends?
Yes, yes, I will bring it to you. Of course. So please have 10 minutes break. Are you ready? The next presentation, Mr. Gerald Lamprecht.
Oh, Elmar Fürst. So can we start? Yes. So, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Elmar Fürst. I'm Associate Professor for Transport and Logistics Management at Vienna University of Economics and Business. And as I'm sight impaired myself, I have been in contact with an organization taking care about blind and sight impaired people in Austria, which is the Hilfsgemeinschaft, a quite unspellable word for non-German speakers. To translate it, it's the Austrian Association Supporting the Blind and Visually Impaired. And in the meantime, I've become chairman of the board of this organization with about 70 employees, biggest and oldest organization in the field in Austria. Today I'm going to talk a little bit securing connections particularly in suburban and regional transport hubs. What I'm going to say is not only valid for the suburban and regional transport hubs, could also work well in urban areas, but in suburban areas, as we know, things can be even more difficult as time schedules are not so dense. If I lose a train, a bus, a tram, the next one will probably arrive only in an hour or even later, or if it was the last one for the day, then I have no connection at all, and I have to find a go around. So that is what is making up the basic problem of it. After discussing a little bit more about this problem, I will this morning talk about the opportunities and threats given by digitalization for personal mobility. Later then I will give you some empirical evidence. We have done a field study putting apps, different mobility apps to test. This was conducted in both Berlin and Vienna. And I will then come to some possible solutions which I would like to propose and finally draw some conclusions eventually. Well, the problem of interchanges, particularly in suburban and regional, so let's say rural settings, are that you have a changing point with probably different modes, let's say trains, buses, mostly, maybe also trams, or other modes of transport, also a connection to individual transport modes. You have different lines starting at different points, and particularly for blind and sight impaired people, this is not easy to find. By the way, for all other people, it's also very often not easy to find. But for us, it's of course even more difficult, as we may not be familiar with a respective setting. So if you know the place, then you probably feel it easier to get around there. But if you don't know it at all, it can become really a challenge. So where is the exact departing point of my line, and how can I identify perfectly that this is the right line, the right vehicle to enter? If it's the right line, is it also going into the right direction? And do I get the right bus or the right tram or the right train, or could it also be a wrong one? And of course, this would cause, if I get the wrong one, enormous problems. You are late, you lose time, you may need additional assistance, you run up in difficulties. As I said, this interchange problem is, of course, there for all people, but particularly for PRM, it's even more yeah, on the table, because we cannot so easy change our pathways, to change our ways to find it. We are not so good in particularly the visually impaired people are not so good in detecting where to go. And for instance, wheelchair users, if you think about them, if they don't have a barrier-free, so step-free connection, then they have also a problem. And so, according to all these, we need to find good solutions. But on top, there are even situative components, situative aspects. You may have luggage with you. The weather conditions could be bad. There could be a breakdown of an elevator or escalator, or there are construction works and you have to take a different pathway, or a line is not properly serviced, and there is a replacement service and you have to find the departing point of the replacement service. So particularly in those disruptive, let's say, situations, it can be really a challenge to find the right way. So is digitalization then let's say, the solution for it? Digitalization, and we can be sure, and we have heard some other presentations this morning, which focus on that point. It has completely reshaped our way, how we get around. Digitalization has an effect on the entire transport chain, starting from the planning phase until the end. So all aspects of a transport chain are affected. And this includes, of course, the management aspect of infrastructure, the vehicles, and so forth. So the entire system has changed, and it will even change more in the future. Such changes, of course, bear some opportunities and threats at the same time. Man-machine interaction is gradually replaced by, man-machine interaction replaces gradually the personal encounter. So you don't have staff which you can address, go to and address and get help and assistance there, but you will have machines to speak to. And we have also heard that artificial intelligence and maybe machines will answer then our questions. Artificial intelligence will develop in that way. So we will talk to more machines in the future than we do at the moment. And this could be, or can be, of course, a problem for those people who cannot or are not able to use computers or mobile devices. So they could, in fact, significantly suffer. But for other people who, let's say, from the childhood are brought up using mobile devices, who are used to them and know how to use all the different kinds of apps, and if the accessibility is given, this could also mean a big chance. What are the effects of digitalization then on mobility hubs as we have them in focus in this speech? There will be less static, but more dynamic information. So we will have monitors and displays instead of static printed signposts. There is the chance that we can get on-time information if there are breakdowns or any other problems. There are ticket machines and even more machines instead of booths, and also there is no personal assistant, no staff at the station. In many settings, there is not even a driver at the vehicle anymore because it's run autonomously. Enhancement and tactile information are needed, so we need to apply the two senses principle. We can use apps, and yeah, as I said, there is a lack of personal assistance. So that are let's say, the facts. And if we try to come by these problems by using apps, then if we are able to use them, this can help us, of course. The smartphone has become the most popular mobility aid, and GPS navigation is now really broadly applied. So everybody uses Google Maps or Apple Maps or other navigation systems. Everybody uses on his or her smartphone, and of course, particularly visually and impaired and blind people. The accuracy of the mobility apps differs significantly. Many different apps are there, but they differ also in terms of scope, local versus global coverage, like Google Maps, for instance, the functionalities, data sources, accuracy, traffic situation, delays, and so forth. You see, almost every municipality, every transport service provider has his own app at the moment, and the problem is, of course, that all these apps are different. So you may be used to, for instance, to Google Maps, and the information given there is, of course, always the same. But if you go to Vienna, then we have an app specially created for Vienna. If you go to Budapest, it's the same for Budapest. If you go to Warsaw, I guess there is also an app provided by the local transport service provider. And therefore, all those differences, you have to learn from scratch every time you go to a different place. But on the other hand, public transport is easier to use, and it can also enhance the modal shift. So if we think globally and we want to bring people from individual transport to public transport, then we have to provide them with assistance which they can use, so that they always be sure, and particularly in disruptive situations, that they are on the right way, on the right path. So information and apps need to be accurate and helpful. As I told you, we conducted a study at Vienna University of Economics and Business together with two students. We made tests of several mobility apps. I will not bother you with some details. I just show you here the list of the apps which were tested in the Vienna and Berlin settings respectively. And the outcome can be brought down, let's say, to a very, let's say, to a very, very, to a very pointful, let's say, conclusion. Yeah. So here you see some aspects of the method. We had 5 routes, different local conditions, distances, and accessibility. There were 4 routing alternatives tested. All apps were tested at the same time, so for the same ride at the same time, so that there is no difference in this respect. At peak and off-peak hours, and the quality of the route was checked. The display of the walking distances in the interchanges, the usability and the accuracy, with particular emphasis on delays and disruptions. And so everything, let's say, went quite well. So we can say that those apps work in Berlin as well as in Vienna, and probably at all other places too. But there is one problem. And the problem is, of course, the interchange. And that is why I mentioned this study in the context of this speech this morning, as we are talking about the interchanges. And so there is a huge room for improvement. The apps are not able to show us exactly where there is the exact departing point of a particular bus, a particular tram. And of course, there is the problem that there are departing points which are serviced by different lines at the same time, or even the harder problem, let's say, that 2 buses or vehicles stand one behind the other. And if you are sight impaired, you cannot identify that the second bus which is standing there is actually the one you should take. Yeah. So this could be an enormous problem. And that is what the apps need to solve. We have had at Hilfsgemeinschaft a pitching event on the 5th of April this year, where technical providers came to us and showed their technical solutions. There are several apps out there already which can communicate between, let's say, the smartphone and the vehicle. So the visually impaired person, or it's also, of course, suitable for every other passenger who may not be, let's say, able to walk so fast or whatever. Or if you have luggage with you, so that you can be sure that you wait at the right time for your vehicle and that you get on the right bus and not on the wrong one. So there are technical solutions already out there. And I think we need to wait for maybe some months, some years, hopefully not too long, until those solutions, the technical solutions are there, are maybe integrated in the existing mobility apps, or that they are at least available for our community in order to use it, not to take, as I told you, the wrong line, the wrong vehicle, in fact. And particularly those, the walking distances, so the pathways between the two vehicles, you exit the train and you want to enter a bus or whatever, or there is a delay in public transport, there are always delays. And this means that you have to change your schedule, you change your itinerary. And so there must be an accurate assistance. And if you have to be at a station, you are in stress and you have to struggle with this device, then this is not helpful. This must, in fact, run almost automatically at the end, so that this is really bringing us forward. Because otherwise we will not be able, as many people will not be willing to use public transport, and they will go, if they can afford it, by individual transport modes, by taxi, or by asking somebody to bring them around. So we see that the quality of information varies significantly in those apps. And disorientation can result, of course, in missed services. So improvements are important, and overcoming these problems will be really the crucial thing in order to find a solution for all those obstacles and all those problems. And what is more, I think that there, and so this brings me already to the proposition of some possible solutions. What is more, there should be somebody available in person at the end as a solution of last resort. How can this be done? There is also a service, let's say, empowered by digitalization, which is already out there. It's called Guide Me. It was developed by a guy called Werner Bischof in Austria. And this is an app where you can, if all other things break down or do not work anymore, you can directly call an operator via the app, and the operator can provide you with personal assistance. So the operator sits before his screens, he knows where you are, he knows whom to contact in emergencies. If you, for instance, get off a train late in the evening at the wrong place, and this is not the service station, and you don't find the exit, you don't find the way to a different service which can bring you home, then you can contact the app, and then you will be guided by an operator. And this is also, from the, let's say, from the commercial, economical point of view, a very good solution, because You only need people being in standby, maybe one operator who is on duty, but the others can be on standby. So this is not costly, and it works for a big area because the operator can identify where you can identify your location. So and he will have on the, let's say, on the digital database, he will have all the information necessary available in order to help you. So this, let's say, fallback level should be provided in the end, and then we can go on with artificial intelligence, and we can go on with further digitalization. And if we are able to use it, it's perfect. But for the so to say, for the really big problems, if we don't have any digital solution for solving a particular situation, then it is well. It would be a wise, let's say, a wise solution to have somebody to call. Otherwise, you would have to call whatever the police or the some other emergency services, which is also not helpful then. Of course, we can do a lot in refurbishments, reconstruction. Those interchanges, we can offer better orientation orientation systems. We can offer better surroundings. We can offer some seating opportunities. So if I have a long waiting time, I have been affected myself some days ago by a huge delay of a train. There was no seating available all around the area. We had to, the people were sitting on the platform, which is a little bit ugly there. And so I think that we could really do a lot in order to support the people who may otherwise run in huge problems. And it's, of course, always a good idea to include people with disabilities as advisors. So in Austria, we have established an inclusive advisory board. It is in connection with the Austrian Disability Council, where a group of experts sit together and they give advice and consultancy to public service providers, so transport service providers, transport companies, particularly when they order new vehicles, when they refurbish stations and so forth. They give their expertise. And this helps, of course, making the infrastructure better available. So accessibility is probably the term to stress in this respect. We need to provide both digital accessibility by applying the web content accessibility guidelines in the latest version, of course, in order to make websites and apps usable for all the passengers, all the people. And on the other hand, we need to get the stations and the built environment accessible. I've heard that I saw also that Warsaw has very good examples in this respect, so I'm very impressed. But of course, this needs to be done everywhere, in fact. Well, to conclude, connections in public transport can be a huge problem for passengers and particularly for persons with reduced mobility. Digitalization and technical advances are promising, but there is still a significant room for improvement. It can be very difficult to find the exact departing point or to identify the right line or vehicle. Analog and digital orientation systems must be improved in this respect. Accurate on-time information has to be provided at all times in an accessible way and according to the actual situation. If everything else fails, there should be a personal encounter possible, even if it's done by an app in a very also economical, efficient way. So this is the end. Thank you for that.
Hello. So the Guide Me application is basically the Be My Eyes app, but then with people from the transportation agency.
It is quite similar like Be My Eyes, that is right. But in fact, you get to an operator who has been trained and who has also access to the data information which will be needed. Of course, Be My Eyes could be another fallback solution if Guide Me is not there. At the moment, of course, Guide Me is only available, I think, in Berlin and at some specific time periods. But it is quite similar. It works quite similar like Be My Eyes, yes.
Okay, and it's just to get more information on like the last mile to find the right place to get on board a bus or, for example, train or something, or to give other kind of information to the user, or what is mostly asked through Guide Me?
Guide Me is a fallback solution. So if everything else fails, if the apps don't work anymore, if you have a breakdown, if you get off, as I told you, there was this is a real example which happened out there. So a guy got off the train at a non-service station somewhere in Tyrol, and there was nobody there. He was almost blind. It was 11 o'clock in the evening, and he should have disembarked the train at a different place. And there was no connection available. There was no person available. There was no taxi available, and so he had to walk around in order to find somebody. He knocked at the first house he could identify and asked for help, and he got help then. But for such a situation, a personal fallback solution would be very helpful. It's just, let's say, like an emergency call. You can use all the things provided by, let's say, augmented reality or artificial intelligence and all the technical things which are available. But eventually, if everything if the other things all break down or do not work anymore, there should be a person who could call. If you don't have anything available, or don't have Be My Eyes, or you don't know what to do, you will maybe can only call the fire brigade or police or whatever. Yeah. Otherwise, you could not cope with the situation if you are almost blind and get off at the wrong station. Nobody is there.
No, indeed. Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you very much, Elmer.
Thank you.
For the next presentation, I will invite you at 12 o'clock. So please have a coffee now, have a break. It will be White Cane, 12 o'clock. We start with the next presentation. It's White Cane. Mr. Tobias Standenbeck.
So, thank you so much for the invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. So I'm from White Cane. You can see it. This is a white cane. This is our white cane. This is IO. The whole project started about 18 years ago, and it was about, I think, 15 years of development. I'm an industrial designer, and this was my diploma thesis theme. And then things evolve, and maybe I think there is maybe the one moment which really gets you into this special field of what does it mean to be visually impaired or blind? As a sighted person, you have no idea in the end. And I remember it was in 2006. I was in Hanover, Central Station, came from a platform in the station hall, and a young lady come up to me, wild blonde hair, elegant, sovereign, fast, magic. She was blind. Everywhere were people, and I thought it can't be. How can she do this? It's impossible. And then as an upcoming industrial designer, I saw her tool, and it was a completely ripped up, floppy. I think it was a Revolution cane. I don't know. Flexible in every joint, curved to the right, curved to the left. And I thought, well, this is not what today is possible in terms of material, design, technique, function. What would a cane look like if it fits to this skilled lady? So I questioned what can be a tool like, which is like this lady, their skills. And all of a sudden I get to know her because I met a camera team right at the Central Station then, because she passed by, of course, was just a few seconds. And then I saw the cameraman, and I knew him, and I said to him, well, Phil, what are you doing? And he said to me, well, Tobias, hi, we're doing a documentary about the station in Hanover, and that it's good for blind people, and why, and so on and so on. May I introduce you to Grit? She's our expert. And there was the young lady with the blonde wild hair. And this is how it all started. She guided me. She tested the first model and the last. She's now living in Ireland, but we are still connected. And then the second important person was Dennis Corey. During my research, everybody I asked for the white cane said to me, hey, you have to speak to Dennis Corey. And so I wrote him a letter and he invited me to Hamburg, and this is the story began. Now we are three of us, two partners of mine, both engineers and myself. And what it's about this cane, about the specialties about this cane, well, in the end, it's all about weight. We say walking with a long white cane is kind of performance sport, but it doesn't end when you're 35 because you're doing it all your life. And in the end, it's physics. It's a long lever. It's a weight which you have to move from right to left and back so many times. And this bothers our body. It's not healthy at all, like performance sport is. And so we figured out some kinds of solution to, well, we can't avoid it, but we can try to offer a solution which bothers the minimum. And I think it's in the end, it's not a theoretical question, but a practical one. And we provided a workshop. So I invite you to follow me, come outside. Karen Finke will be with me, with us. We have lots of white canes. Of course, IO is there, and you can test it by yourself. So welcome and come with me.
We can do it now. If you
Pardon?
we can do it now here.
No,
It's
we have to
possible.
go outside. Everything is provided outside. So I think
But now,
the next 50 minutes or something like this,
we
we check it out.
right now,
Yeah,
we've got
right
time.
now, everything is fine. Everything is provided.
Yes. How important is representation? Plays cognitive or no? Just tell the definition. Yeah, just say when they need. There's Momencie, kiedy ktoś zaczyna
Welcome again. For the people who are watching us, I need to explain the participants who are here, who are present here, have just experienced outside the new games. So now we start the last presentation. We've got the speakers, 3 of them. It's Willem van de Mierop, Petra Kosseman, and Anne Webrecht. Please welcome.
I'm gonna get Anne. Does this work or? Ja, ook nog even moeten wachten tot,
Ja, hè?
tot 12:30. Hè. Het is maar 27. Daar. En dan hiermee kunnen we voortgaan. Zo nog. Zo nog even wachten tot 12:30 misschien. We're just waiting a few more minutes because apparently a lot of them are still outside with the games. So we'll see. Maybe they want to follow the presentation, so that's why we're waiting a few minutes. We're just gonna wait a few more minutes till it's the right time. Ja, ik heb ook eigenlijk niet zeggen, maar dus, ik heb nu staat er of het nog to maintain in staan. Eigenlijk is dat niet per se het probleem. Het probleem is gewoon dat ze niet overal zijn. En sommige mensen vinden dat dan offensief dat je zegt dat die bankjes dat je niet overal zijn. Nee, dat moeilijk is. Dat is niet wat we willen zeggen. We willen zeggen dat we het toen er bovenop moeten zijn. Ja. Okay, hello everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Willem. I'm one of the founders of the OCO application. I've brought with me today Anne and Petra, who are experienced orientation and mobility specialists. We're all from Belgium, and today we're going to tell you a bit more about the OCO app. So the idea of the OCO app started roughly 2 years ago. Myself, I'm an AI engineer by trade. My two co-founders are as well. And we started talking with a mutual friend of ours called Kenny. He's fully blind, and he mentioned that during COVID, there were less people out on the street. That meant less traffic, but also less people to ask for directions. And he mentioned that because of these less people out of the street, crossing a street would be that much harder to rely based on your hearing, because there was less traffic flow, or just to ask a bystander if it was safe to cross or not. We started examining some of the physical hardware that are installed at the intersections. Some countries install them very well at every intersections, some do it less, but they are often very hard to maintain. They don't really provide a very high extra sense of orientation. And sometimes there's even a lack of uniformity. For example, it could be that at some intersections, they're turned off at night. Some intersections, they work 24/7. So it becomes a service that inherently is sometimes hard to rely on. And that's why we created the OCO application. Oh, seems that, there it is. Seems that my slides are reorganized. So the OCO app basically is an AI assistant for visually impaired people that fits in your pocket. As you can see here, it's very easy to use. The moment that a user takes out the phone, the camera instantly starts detecting what the status is of the pedestrian traffic light. So you can imagine what we usually recommend: hold the phone against your chest. That way it's inherently also going to be the direction that you're going to be walking in. You can see some people keep using it while they're crossing the street. That's a key factor that's very important. That's something that's very important in the US as well. Because the application responds very fast, it also provides a higher sense of orientation. You can imagine if I'm walking straight ahead, the moment I start veering off into traffic is a moment that the camera is no longer going to be seeing that pedestrian traffic light and will also become silent. That way you know, okay, I'm veering off and I'm not heading in the right direction. Similarly, you can expect, okay, when I come up to an intersection, I take out my phone, hold it against my chest. When I start pointing away from the intersection and gradually start turning towards the center of the intersection, the moment that I pick up a pedestrian traffic light, that's also going to be the traffic light that I'm interested in. So that way, you know, okay, now I'm oriented towards the right direction, and I'm also getting the information of the status of that traffic light. So that's very important. What you can see here is a layout of the OCO application. I also actually have it on my shirt as well. Basically, what you can see is the full screen layout turns to the color or the status of the traffic light. That's for the people with REST features. We also provide audio and haptic feedback to the user. Similarly, you can expect a similar sound to, for example, the physical devices. These devices are great. We're not trying to be a replacement of, we're just trying to create accessible intersections where these devices are not installed. So that's why we mimic these sounds. So it will be fast ticking for green, slow ticking for red. And then, for example, something that's specific to the US market, we also recognize the countdown status. Something very important about the application is that it's really a service that's fully independent of physical infrastructure. We do not communicate with any kind of traffic light through Bluetooth or some kind of other connections. We just look at the pedestrian traffic light, similar to how a sighted person looks at that traffic light. And then we bring back that information. Super important, no Wi-Fi or cellular connection is required to run these type of algorithms. Instant reliability of this kind of service is crucial. So that means we do not rely on Wi-Fi or cellular connection. You can imagine when you're at an intersection, and this might be an intersection where less Wi-Fi or cellular connectivity is available, then some dangerous scenarios could arise. So that's why we work regardless of Wi-Fi or cellular connection. You can imagine you can just run it in airplane mode if you like. And then lastly, that higher sense of orientation, that's what I mean when you do this orientation aspect, when you start going from left to right, the moment the OCO application sees that traffic light, it's also going to be the traffic light that you're interested in. Interesting to know, some intersections, for example, as I've seen here in Warsaw, have like a double crossing. OCO is also always going to be looking at the closest traffic light to you. So it doesn't get confused with, for example, the status of the last traffic light, which might be a different status to the traffic light that you're interested in. And the OCO application has been gaining traction quite rapidly. It's been live for a little over a year now, and we've already helped cross 500,000 streets. People are very enthusiastic about this extra safety that it can give, the higher sense of orientation. So very nice to see the community picking up the OCO application. And that's also because we always closely work together with the organizations, but also the users. From the start, Petra and Anne have been really helping out a lot to develop this application, providing lots and lots of valuable feedback. One of the very cool things was that 3 weeks ago, Haben Gurma, a very famous blind deaf person, created a video about the OCO application out of nowhere. She's the first deaf blind person to graduate from Harvard Law. She's kind of like an advocate for disability rights and all of these things. And her quote is very important to us. She says, "Before I could cross streets as a blind person, I had to go many hours of orientation and mobility training. OCO complements that training by giving us additional information." That's really important. We're not trying to be a replacement of any orientation and mobility trainings. We're just trying to bring back more information, and that way you can make an informed decision. It seems that the slides are really all over the place. Okay, these are great. Petra, Anne, I'll give it to you.
Anne and I, we are both O&M trainers in a rehabilitation center for visual impaired persons. We operate, in fact, in and around Antwerp in Belgium. Our center offers support on demand for people of all ages, and most of our interventions are given in the client's home environment. We had the opportunity to test the OCO app of IS with a lot of clients, and we are here in fact, to share our experience as an O&M trainer. In the beginning, we said, do we need another app when we met them? But since last year in Belgium, they modified the functioning of a lot of traffic lights in order to create safer and conflict-free crossings for cyclists and pedestrians. Those modifications are not always beneficial for our clients, although they are safer. So what happened is that, in fact, our normal O&M techniques we used to learn to cross the street are no longer usable on certain crossings. And for us as an O&M trainer, it's a bit of a nightmare. So we were very relieved to be contacted by IS. First, we thought, in fact, do we need another app? And I can tell you, yes, we do. Because since our techniques are not everywhere usable, we needed a solution, and that was exactly what they were offering us. My colleague Anne will show you, illustrate with a few examples on the street.
We will show now three pictures of different kinds of crossings. We'll describe them one by one. Our first example, it is a big noisy crossing where you have to cross the tram tracks first before you can activate the audible pedestrian system to cross the street then. The problem is that the tram has the same traffic control as the cars. That means that our clients have to cross the tram tracks without any security. With the OCO app, they can film the traffic light and to cross safely the tram tracks and the street. The second one, recently we see a lot of crossings where the pedestrians have to push on a button to activate the green light. The problem is there is no standard timing between the push on the button and the activation of the green light. So the only way you can safely cross the street is by using the OCO app, in fact. Our third picture, it is a conflict-free crossing. This means that the pedestrians and the cyclists can make a safe crossing while the cars have to stop. In this situation, our clients can't use their usual techniques to cross the street. If on top of that, there is no audible pedestrian system installed at the crossing, so they just can't know when they can cross the street. So here also the OCO app is a necessity.
Right. No, things to consider. Yeah. Oh, in fact, other circumstances where the app is of a great support is like sometimes the audible pedestrian signal doesn't work. That happens a lot, or is not installed at all. So then the app is very useful. Also, when the ambient sound on a crossing is too noisy to know whether it's the right moment to cross, they can use the app. Or on the opposite, on a quiet moment of the day, there are sometimes too less cars to know whether you can cross or not. And then the app is also of a great use.
But there are also things to consider. We've showed in the examples that the OCO app helps to cross streets, but you still have to be attentive to the traffic and you still need to know your route and your environment. The OCO app is a tool on top of the O&M training and the normal skills they have to learn. As O&M trainer, it is our job to teach all skills to our clients and to inform them about the possibilities of various apps available they can make use of.
The benefits of the Oko app, it's a little bit what I asked our users. So they told me, oh, it takes away a lot of stress. I feel more at ease and more secure. It's also a backup for when they are tired or less concentrated. And the important on large crossings is that they can maintain the right direction while crossing. They also can do trajectories that were too complicated without the app. And also very important is that they are less depending on third parties on difficult crossings, or that they can go out whenever they like. And this describes it as a sort of new freedom. So we were very happy that they invented the app. Wow.
All right. Well, thanks a lot for the attention. Tomorrow there's also a workshop where I will go out with the Oko app and people can experience the magic and the really immediate feedback that the Oko app gives. So if there's interest, you can always try out the app tomorrow. Thank you. I don't know if there's any questions. Yeah, sure.
Where is this app available and how, what is required for this app?
So before we expand into a different country, we always do immense amount of testing because of course it's a very crucial app. The app is very powerful and the AI itself has been very well trained. It's live in Belgium, Japan, Spain, and the US now. We're expanding to different areas. We're doing a pilot project with the city of Toulouse in the near future as well. Our mission is to keep providing the application for free to the end user, but that means that a third party would have to reimburse the application first. And that's also dependent on our expanding into different countries.
Yeah, I was curious how it works for functional vision that might be.
I was curious how it will work for an individual who still has functional vision, who might be looking in the directions of traffic, but might not be able to see, walk sign on the other side, versus somebody who has no vision. Is there any kind of comparison that you have there with different groups?
Yeah, so we actually have, that's why we give 3 types of feedback. So we have visual overlay, audio feedback, and vibrations. And these users are all in our user group. So we have blind people who use it. They love it because they have extra orientation. People with low vision, there are certain scenarios where if the sun is shining really bright, then it becomes really hard for them to know if it's actually the red or green traffic light. And so we do have a lot of low vision users that use it, and they love the fact that the screen also turns so that they know, okay, this is the state of the traffic light. And I don't know if you've heard of Sam from The Blind Life. He's like a YouTuber who does, I've met him, and he has great low vision still. But he uses the Oko app because it gives so much more reassurance.
Okay, and have you ran into any problems where, it's not working for somebody in a certain scenario, like any troubleshooting issues?
So it's definitely, it's an app where you need to get used to the fact that you're taking out the phone and then of course putting it away, or even using a lanyard case to let the phone hang loose. Some people don't like to use the phone to get that extra information. That is of course a personal opinion. Those people do not use the application. In the future, there might be some implementation into smart glasses, but currently we're not there yet because the feedback really needs to be instantaneous. And that's why we focus on the iPhones that they already own, because of course that creates accessibility. And those are really like the only people that aren't usable for the application.
I think I mean more, so like with some AI apps, I've been just kind of reading about how maybe the time loop for feedback is off. And I don't know if that's something that you guys have experienced and you feel like you've troubleshot that problem, or is something still, based on each experience and each time somebody calls in or, discusses the concern that they might have. But I know certain cameras for AI have been I don't know, 2 or 3 seconds off. And so information somebody's getting is delayed, and then it's kind of creating a less safe crossing. of some
Yeah,
sort.
yeah, so that's exactly right. And that's something that we do not like in the OCO application. So that's something that we don't do because like external devices, they create a delay. But something that's also very important is that the app runs locally on the phone. So your feedback is always going to be instantaneous. You're not going to be reliant on a Wi-Fi or cellular connection. And we also, for example, only support iPhone 8 and up, not on Android yet. We will be adding Android down the line, but the problem is really that you need to be able to ensure that instant feedback. So it really responds as fast as, for example, one of these audible speakers. And it's that fast instantaneous feedback that provides that extra sense of orientation. And that's something that we really hammer on from the start. We support iPhone 8 and up, but we don't work on these other devices because we know that the feedback is going to be instantaneous.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
In Germany, many people use the Ample Pilot. Do you know this app? And can you tell me the difference between the OCO?
Yeah, I can definitely. So the Ample Pilot is a research project from Germany. It's only available in Germany, and that AI has been trained on roughly 4,000 images. So it has a good, accurate sense. Our AI has been trained on more than 100,000 different intersections. So we're really a company that's striving to provide a quality product, not a research product. So that's feedback difference number one. Feedback difference number two is really, that's something that's really, really important, is that our feedback is much, much faster. And it's that fast, instantaneous feedback that provides that extra sense of orientation, but also a higher sense of reliability. I can tell you in the 500,000 streets across, we've never made a mistake between red and green. That's something that's really powerful, of course, as a company to be able to say.
Anyone else? Thank you for your presentation.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. That was the last presentation before lunch. So now you can go to lunch, which is on the first floor, and we will continue this session at 13:45.
No, zamykać się jak będę
Okay. Hello, everybody. Hi, welcome to the afternoon session. And we've got two papers this afternoon. And Maxime is going to start with improving cognitive mapping skills and environment accessibility with 3D printing technology. Sorry, my name is Geraldine. And at the end, when there's questions and question time, if you put your hand up. Also, it helps if you say your name and where you're from, so that we get an idea of who's in the room. And my name is Geraldine Neal, and I'm from Child Vision in Ireland. Okay, so Maxine, over to you, and you can introduce yourself.
Sure thing. Does everyone can hear me? I think so. I can hear me as well. So I'm Maxime. I'm actually from Montreal. I'm from the School of Optometry of the University of Montreal. I am a PhD candidate in visual neuroscience. My thesis is mostly about how the brain can construct cognitive maps with non-visual information. And I use 3D printing and also audio virtual reality to do that. And previously, I've been in the master's program and I have been trained as an orientation and mobility specialist. And I did most of my internships in the youth programs, working with children, teenagers, and young adults. And today I want to present you how we can improve cognitive mapping skills and environment accessibility using 3D printing. And okay, it works. And my presentation will mostly be in 4 parts. One quick introduction about what is 3D printing. And then the first part, the possible applications of 3D printing in rehabilitation. And then the first part of my thesis, which is a research project looking at how it can improve actually cognitive map formation in our clients. And then the last part, which I will discuss a bit about the barriers preventing us from really using 3D printing to its fullest potential and how we could circumvent these barriers. So first of all, what is 3D printing? For those who don't know it, actually 3D printing is an automatic production of 3-dimensional objects with the use of computer-aided design and additive process or additive manufacturing that we call it. So what does that mean is that we start with a digital 3D model that is basically on our computer, and we put that 3D model inside a slicer software that will slice the model into numerous thin layers that will be translated into code. And this code is sent as instructions to the 3D printer that will actually deposit layers of material on top of layers of material until the 3D object is reconstructed in real life. That's what we call it, an additive process. What's very cool about 3D printing is actually there are multiple technologies, multiple printers, all with their pros and cons, the all range of prices, speed, build volume, and we can actually, some of them can actually print in multicolor, multi-material, and these years, lately, printers are becoming easier and easier to use. They're becoming faster and faster to print. So prints that would last 8 hours previously now can be made in like 1.5 hours with these new printers. And so why would we use it in rehabilitation? I don't think it will come to you as a surprise, but actually it's increasing praise for its affordability, its ease of use, but mostly its customizability. So it's very easy with 3D printing with this 3D digital model to customize it to individual needs, like for example, for specific clients, or just to update a lastly made 3D model and just print this new version. And then it's automatic. So while it's printing, we can do other stuff. And so it's really looked into to produce customized and affordable tactile material for clients that rely mostly on the sense of touch. And here we got some examples. We have here architectural model, a tactile map, a kind of puzzle, and an illustration book. So for my presentation today, it's actually the combination of two projects, work from 3 laboratories at the School of Optometry. The first part with the possible application of 3D printing comes from my work with Dr. Walter Wittich. And then the second part is on improving cognitive mapping skills, which is my thesis with my director, Maurice Tito, and co-director, Joanne Margot, who is a certified orientation and mobility specialist who trains the specialists here in Montreal. So first, for the applications of 3D printing, what we've been doing some scoping reviews of the literature to identify some usage for 3D printing. We made 2 searches, one specifically for people with deaf blindness and one for general visual impairments. And then we also did some focus group discussions. So if we start with the scoping reviews, actually, the one for deaf blindness is published at the moment, so you can find it online. The other 2 projects are still in the works. The search has been done in early 2021, and it's being updated at the moment. So what you'll see today, here today, is really preliminary results from this last search. So our goal here was really to inform healthcare professionals about the possibilities of using 3D printing as a rehabilitation tool, and also to inform them on which life domains can be positively impacted by the use of 3D printing. And we did that based on the ICF framework. So like I told you, 2 searches made in 10 databases. And we were looking for articles that use the most mainstream technologies of 3D printing, mostly to help people with visual impairment. And we looked at the effect it can have on the different ICF domain. And for today, I will focus mostly on mobility, since we are at the International Mobility Conference. So we started, the search gave us around 1,500 articles that we narrowed down to 97 relevant articles in our case. And most of them, we can see here that the popularity of 3D printing and ideas for rehabilitation really increased since 2015, which really coincides with the avenue of more mainstream printers. And actually, or unfortunately, half of these studies did not involve people with visual impairments. Actually, they involved people who were blindfolded, rehabilitation professional, and even more paper were just some descriptions or proposals of different devices or products that we can make with 3D printing. And most of these studies focus more on younger population. So we got younger adults, then middle-aged adults, children, teenagers, and lastly, older adults, which were not involved in a lot of studies. And here we can see that mobility was actually the second most discussed domain. And the first one was actually learning, applying knowledge. So really like access to education and to concepts. So yeah, so if we look at what are the possibilities here in mobility, it should come to no surprise that the first thing, and not just the first thing, but the most commonly thing that is reported is actually using 3D printing to produce tactile maps. And some of authors have actually tested that and actually reported that 3D printed symbols could be easier to locate, easier to remember. And also when they compared 3D maps to traditional 2D maps, they were generally preferred to the 2D maps and receive quite some positive feedback from the participants. And also another advantage here from these tactile maps is that they can give access to concepts that were previously not accessible, such as occlusion. So for example, in the map, when you have a bridge that comes over a road, well, we can print that exactly as it is. And also the scale of buildings when we can actually build scale models of such buildings compared to, for example, the little man model to know the scale of these buildings. And there's a lot of discussion now on actually 3D printing being a good solution to produce a standardized system of making tactile maps that can be publicly displayed in public areas and also in buildings or historical buildings, museum, airports. So this is very interesting. And something that I have found that is very interesting as well is that for ecotourism, this can be used to, for example, make some models of a trail with all the land elevation and landmarks, for example. So it could give access to more information for more daily tasks and leisure activities. So in the implication for low vision practices, I will mostly focus on the first part here, which is it can enhance this multi-sensory experience of learning for people with low vision. For example, we can have this 3D object that carries all this tactile information. And with 3D printing, it's now easy and well, it's easy to put some contrast, to put some colors and textures, so we can have this visual information as well. And what about older adults? Like I told you, older adults were not involved in a lot of studies, and only 2 studies specifically tested things for this population. And these 2 studies, actually, they made tactile maps again. And they have made interactive tactile maps of a residence, and they also had a lot of positive feedback from the older adults. And they also tested a range of 3D tactile symbols and have shown that, well, these older participants had way less problems in memorizing all these symbols and use them in a tactile map. So this is very, very cool. However, we need more testing and validating with this population. It's only 2 studies. So, and we know that there is increasing proportions of vision loss in this population, and also that tactile sensitivity of the fingers actually decreases with age. So this might be an advantage in 3D printing. So it's less reliant on tactile sensitivity. And then I'll go rapidly on this part, but our focus group discussions that were made very recently, what we wanted to do is having some rehabilitation professionals coming in and discussing and answering some questions about 3D printing. So all these professionals came in representing their profession, representing their colleagues from their rehabilitation center, and discuss these questions. So the questions, there were 6 in total, and it was mostly like, how would they use 3D printing, how these 3D printed objects should be presented to their clients, and what are the different barriers and facilitators for them to use or not use 3D printing. And again, the first thing the O&M said were, oh, it can be very helpful to build tactile maps, and tactile map of whole cities, of neighborhoods, different types of intersections, floor plans, rooms. We can make 3D scale models of objects that are either small or large. And this advantage of 3D printing would be that it could maybe facilitate the understanding of concepts and the scale of things. So for example, the scale of buildings again has come up in the discussions. And actually, since we can represent objects more faithfully to reality, it's less abstract, and maybe it can ensure the professional that their client understand the concept or the thing they are trying to teach them. And then they can experience with colors, textures, and customize the object for the individual needs of their clients. So if you're interested in seeing or even answering this question, I have here a QR code and link that you can go over and see and answer them if you want to give us your ideas. If you don't have access to it, you can always contact me afterwards, and I'll just redirect you to these questions. But I was curious to know what you think. So I've been saying a lot, oh, it can be used to produce tactile maps. It can be used to produce tactile maps, but is 3D printing or what is the impact of 3D printing on the cognitive mapping process itself? So that's a question that really interested us in our laboratories. So what we did, we created a new protocol based on the fact that we wanted to measure the impact of the information medium on the tactile exploration and on the cognitive map formation process itself. And we did that by developing a contextual mazes that I will explain to you a little bit later, that were produced in 2D and 3D. And then we just measured the exploration and the learning with these different mazes. And we had 3 groups. We had a sighted control group, and we had an early blind group, so people who had blindness since birth or from early childhood, and the late blind group who acquired blindness later in life and thus had some visual experience. So like I told you, we had different types of mazes. We had the tactile mazes, either in 2D and 3D. The 2D were made in swell paper, 3D were 3D printed, and we have visual versions of the mazes as well. And it's not traditional mazes. It was mazes with a lot of different destinations or point of interest. So it looks like kind of like a building, a overly complex building with also symbols like the entrance and the different floor changes. And we had simple mazes and we had complex mazes that were twice as big and had twice as many elements in the maze. And so every participant received 8 maps, and for each maps they did this task that was divided into 3 phases. The first phase was symbol localization. So they were tasked to find all the symbols in the map as fast as they could. And then we gave them a limited period of time to freely explore the maze with the goal of learning it as much as possible within this period. And then when this period was over, we took out the map and then we assessed their cognitive map by asking them some question. First of all, if they could recall all the points of interest, and most interestingly, if they can elaborate some routes between different points of interest. So how can they go from point A to point B? Then they would tell us a route, and it would be judged by 3 orientation and mobility specialists and a research assistant with a kind of objective way to grade that, so that we have a performance in percentage. 100% would be that the cognitive map is so good so they can improvise a route that if we follow what they say as it were instructions, well, we would reach the destination without any risk for errors. And if we go to our results, first of all, with the tactile exploration, we could see that our sighted controls were impacted by information type. They were slower in the tactile conditions than in the visual condition. Well, that was expected, but they were even slower in the 2D condition. And even we found in that age interacted with the information type, something that I will extend upon a little bit later. Then if we look at our late blind group, also they were slower in 2D to find all the symbols than in 3D. And our early blind were as fast in 3D than in 2D, so there were no impacts. And if we look at the pattern between all the groups, we can see that there is a higher variability between the groups in the 2D condition, something that is absent in the 3D conditions, where all groups are like packed up together. They're as fast as each other in this condition. And then if we look at this effect of age, we have found that the effect of age was only in the 2D condition for the sighted controls. Actually, for the 2D mazes, the older they were, the slower they were to find all the symbols. So actually, it's confirming things in the literature, so that tactile sensitivity declines with age. Maybe the brain is less plastic over time, but also that 3D information might be more advantageous for these older participants. And then if we look at this pattern for all the groups together, we can see that the effect of age was not found in the 2 blind groups. Well, tactile sensitivity is preserved in the blind groups because of this over reliance on tactile information and training and this tactile training that they have. And also that, well, 3D tactile information can be more advantageous for those who do not have tactile training. So for the POI recall, so points of interest, recalling words, everyone was pretty good, about 90% performance. There were no impact of information type. So I'll skip on to what interests us here is the route elaboration task. And we can see here that our sighted controls were better at the task in the 3D maps than in the 2D maps. So they built stronger cognitive maps, and even their performance was equivalent between 3D and visual conditions. So something that surprised us. We thought that with the visual condition, they would be far better than that. Then for our late blind group, there was no impact of information type. There was they had good performance in both tasks, both conditions. And early blind now they are impacted by information type. And they built stronger cognitive map with 3D printed maps than 2D. And if we look again, the pattern, again, the same thing, higher variability in the 2D condition, and in the 3D condition, all groups are closer together and performing at, I would say, equivalent performance here. So yeah. So here I have like this, it can seem complicated slide, but it's a summary of all these results. But basically what I want you to remember from this slide is two things. Maybe 3D printing can be more advantageous because it can fulfill a real need. So our early blind participants, who are those who experience more orientation challenges in daily life, well, they were able to improve at cognitive map formation and improvise routes that are as precise as the other groups, and that it can be more universally advantageous. So the 3D printing, the 3D information lead to localization times and cognitive map formation that is equivalent between all the groups, and that 2D mazes actually negatively impacted performance for a group that either lacked visual experience or lacked tactile training. And it needs, the participant need both to be equivalent in 2D and 3D conditions for this route elaboration task. And we think that this advantage comes from four factors. First of all, well, it's enhanced tactile contrast. So same thing as for the visual contrast, things are easier to locate, easier to feel, and it's less reliant on tactile training or sensitivity. And also, since we can produce things that are more faithful to reality, it's not bound to the representation rules of 2D drawings, which need sometimes more visual experience to really get a grasp of and understand it. So, so it's advantageous for those who don't have visual experience. And also land elevation, floor changes are easier to understand, and navigable versus non-navigable space, it's easier to discriminate. And then, well, since the symbols are less abstract, it's easier to memorize. Something that we see is more pronounced in older participants, but also in the early blind group. And then everything combines into this effect, which is maybe it can reduce cognitive load during the learning and exploration of the map. So there's less strain on attention, like trying to find stuff in the map, or am I like inside or outside the bounds of the maps? And also less strain on memory, like because the symbols are easier to remember. So they can allow more cognitive resources into the cognitive mapping process itself. So how they can extract the real spatial information and integrate it into a cognitive map inside their brain. So that's our hypothesis on why we find such results. So for the last part of this this presentation, I wanted to discuss a little bit about the barriers preventing us from using 3D printing. First of all, there is a knowledge dissemination barrier, so professionals don't really think or know 3D printing and its possibilities. And even though they have access to that resource, they just don't think about it when they are making something for a client. That was a case in some of the discussions we had. And then there is this training or skill barrier where it needs new skills and mindset to use a 3D printer, but also to 3D model an object. So we need more training for that. And then there is the budget barrier. So like all the expenses that comes with a 3D printer and the employees necessitated to manage the 3D printers. And also, I don't know if the same thing at your rehabilitation center, but we in Montreal have kind of this like way of thinking and worrying about the budget, and sometimes it outweighs the benefits of what we could do with that technology. So that's something to really that we have to eliminate here. And then there is the time barrier. So although it's automatic, it takes time. Bigger the object, longer the time, and the time to design. So what we want to do is actually publish a guide on how to use 3D printing with our scoping reviews. And another thing we would like to discuss is including 3D printing in the formation of the professionals. So actually there is now talks on having this new class at the School of Optometry, which will include 3D printing and other new technologies. And I have co-founded a fabrication laboratory where students can come and be trained and being supported in their 3D printed project, and even come back when they're doing their internship and try to do some stuff for their clients at that moment. So yeah, if there's something that we need to remember here is that tactile maps that are 3D printed can be easily understood and learned by individuals of all types, with or without visual impairment or tactile experience. So it can maybe be a good solution in that problem, like having this standardized way of producing tactile maps that can be publicly displayed and freely accessed by everyone, so everyone can access the same services and in the same time. So however, we need more testing and validating with the population, and more training, more collaboration to do these objects in a timely manner. So, well, thank you for your attention. And I'd like to give a special shout out to all my team. And I'd like to stay connected with all of you guys for my career. I'm starting research and I really like rehabilitation and orientation and mobility. So if you can add me on LinkedIn, follow me on Twitter, where we publish all our stuff, like I will greatly appreciate it if you give me your ideas and we can discuss in the future. Thank you.
There's time for maybe 2 questions before we move on to our next presentation. And also, before I take the questions, just to say to you that the opening code is 2315. 2315. And the closing code is 8790. 8790. Now, does anybody have any questions? No hands up? Just goes to prove how comprehensive your presentation was.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Thank you to Maxime. And next we'll let Vanessa set up her presentation. And we'll start in about 2 or 3 minutes, okay?
Sorry.
Yeah, on the screen. More than. Yeah.
I'm a little bit stressed.
You'll be perfect.
Okay. Yes, very nice. I haven't written everything. Not a problem. No. How long? 20 minutes.
20 minutes. And what I'll do is, do you want me to give you, say, let you know when there's 5 minutes to go?
Yes, yes.
So that'll be okay?
Yes, because
Yeah.
I maybe don't cut the time because there are 30 pages. Oh, it's okay.
Right. Okay, so, and the other thing is when people are interested, they can stay on because you're the last one.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. So, Vanessa, what I'll do is I'll just introduce you as Vanessa.
Παρασκευή Θεοδόρου. Παρασκευή. It's Friday in English.
Paraskevi to
Theodora. Theodoru.
Theodoru.
Okay.
Okay.
So it will be, they will capture everything, eh? Okay.
Yeah. Right.
Theodoru. Nice.
Okay. Just to say welcome to the next presentation. And again, the opening code for those of you who are collecting ACBREP credits is 2315. Okay. And the closing code will be 8790. It's my great pleasure to introduce her. Oh my goodness, I'm going to get it all wrong.
I will tell my name, no problem.
Paraveski Theodoru from Athens, and she's going to talk about usability and the client evaluation of an indoor navigation Android application. So, welcome.
Hello from me. I am Dr. Paraskevi Theodoru. I am a part of a research team where for the last few years, we're working on assistive technologies for the blind and visually impaired. My professor is Apostolos Milionis from the University of Piraeus. My research team is part of the Department of Digital Systems at the University of Piraeus in Greece. In 2019, we started a national funded project called MANDO in order to design, implement, and validate 2 Android applications for autonomous blind indoor and outdoor navigation. Just for a quick reference, in ancient Greek mythology, Manto was a daughter and blind escort of famous Tiresias, who was blind. The talk, will be more technical a little bit, but I will try to, if you have some questions, I can answer you the questions. So the agenda of this presentation will involve, the agenda will involve the presentation of the Blind Museum Tourer application and the supported features, followed by a brief mention of the technical details and the description of a trial run with a blind user. Then the usability and user experience will be presented. It will include the methodology and present some results. And finally, I conclude with the lessons learned and provide some future directions. Of course, I want to excuse me for my terminology, because I'm in the technical sector and I try to improve myself. Okay, Blind Museum Tourers goals concern people. They try to make people to enable people with blindness and visual impairments to experience autonomous, self-guided tours and navigation in museums and other complex buildings, and also many private indoor spaces like big hospitals, like malls, and many others. This application of ours is a part of suite of applications for the navigation for the blind and visually impaired. It's called Blind Route Vision. The key objective is to render museums accessible to people with blindness and visual impairments. And also, we hope to implement a success story which can eventually be sustainably replicated to all Greek museums and big indoor places, like I told you before, museums and hospitals and subways. Complex buildings and private indoor spaces with the acoustic and tactile roots. We use Android application also, although we wish in the future we will use also iPhone technology and iPhone mobile applications. The application executes on smartphones and tablets, implementing a voice-instructed self-guided navigation service inside museum exhibition and many ancillary spaces. It comprises an accurate indoor positioning system using the smartphone accelerometer and also use a gyroscope and some optional proximity sensors found in indoor spaces found by the smartphone device. The Blind Museum tour application has been deployed in the Tactile Museum of the Lighthouse for the Blind and Visual Impaired of Greece, which is one of the 5 tactile museums worldwide. As you can see, here we have some application screens, which are in the simple format in the starting point. These applications, starting from left to right, you can see the first one is the welcoming screen, where information on how to use is given to the user. The second screen gives access to the user to select among the available thematic routes of the museum to tour. Last but not least, you can see the third screen depicts the route of a user while moving in the Hermes exhibition room. The position of the exhibitions are shown on the map. Now I can tell you some technical details. First of all, the operating principles that we use, it combines newly proposed pedestrian dead reckoning algorithm, PDR algorithm, as you may have heard. It uses surface tactile ground indicators guides in the museum. It uses smartphones inertial sensors and BLE technology radio beacons, which are used in order to correct the accumulated error of the PDR method. And the PDR algorithm accurately computes the user's position and the travel's distance and tries to minimize the associated error. It leverages 3-axis acceleration sensor of smartphone devices. It also embeds into each model and particularities and the special characteristics of the user gate. The most important thing here is that it computes, our application with the algorithm computes the user gates, and then it can estimate his gate, and then the application can compute the distance from the exhibit or with the help of the beacon. It requires users to perform a trial walk on this special surface tactile ground indicator, which guides at a predefined location. And thus, this happens before starting the route experience, the routing experience. It's important to mention that the BTR model itinerary, it calculates the new position of the user in the space, and all this having as a point of interest the previously mentioned initial starting location. The important thing is, and we have tested that in our trials, that it achieves accurate walking distance estimation, even at speeds which are lower than half meter a second. It works in real time. It has a small processing delay, which is very important. And it's also very important that it has low computational cost. And we don't have also problems with the battery. It's like a normal use. So there's also the companion application for our Blind Museum Tourer application. It requires the indoor space to have been previously mapped. Of course, this is a problem but we'll find more and more new technology in this field, and we're developing this thing because we are in a pilot research position. So we developed this companion web application. This application allows the creation and modification of internal space mappings required by the application. As you can see, okay, the museum is mapped. So with also a newly patented painting from our organization, from our team. It's specifically targeted at the employees of the museum. So the employees make the mapping. Now you can see the trial run. First of all, I will show you, this is a blind user, who has visual impairments. He's totally blind. The first step is learning the characteristics of the user's gait. Since every user walks differently, one model for all the users, as you can see, would not work. So before starting touring in the premise of the museum, the person who is blind, the people who are blind are requested to perform a trial walk on a special surface tactile ground indicator guide at the predefined location. This process allows us to measure the user's gait and make it part of the model. This leads to significantly, of course, as you can understand, fewer errors because the user walks along the special surface tactile ground indicator guide and then returns back to the middle point. A significant step is when the user reaches at the end of the ground tactile indicator before returning back to the middle point, because it's a point that it's very easy to make a mistake, as we saw from the tests, from the trials. The user performs a rotation measured as well as to be embedded into the model. This measure is very important. This rotation is very important in order to understand the gait of the user and to make our model. This is, of course, a problem because many people are not trained how to turn and because they don't know some orthogonal direction. So it was we found their difficulty in the trials. Then, as you can see, some pictures from the stairs in the Tactile Museum of Athens. They're accurate and safe guidance of people with blindness and visual impairments on climbing staircases. To move from one exhibition to another, from exhibition room to another, the blind person have to climb the stairs. The application provides voice instructions, guiding the user safely to climb the stairs. Another important thing, from the most important things in our application, was correcting the person's actions. As you can see here from the photos, you can see corrective actions when the user faces wrong direction. This had been an important problem because rotating, as I told before, in the start of the journey on the exhibition room outside the first room, Hermes, rotating is critical as the user may stop at the direction that is off the navigation path. So to address it, the application gives instructions to help the user orient in the correct direction before continuing the tour. This is done by emitting to the user voice instructions, giving correction commands. Now, the last photos, it's about touring the exhibition rooms. These are some examples of exhibits. First, as you can see, the application accurately places the user in front of the exhibits. First, you can see Hermes. Then you can see, in the third picture, you can see Ineos of Delphos. And in the last picture, you can see Poseidon. I will continue with usability and user experience and the assessment of our application. First of all, I will tell you that there were 30 persons with blindness and visual impairment, which were navigated around the premises of the Tactual Museum of Athens. This museum is located in Kalithea. We use the Blind Museum tour. You are invited to come whenever you have time, of course. Prior to starting each user evaluation, the team responsible for conducting those tests gave in the context of special training sessions, which were the special training sessions for our application. Not for orientation and mobility, but it's our scope to combine these things, to combine orientation and mobility services and training sessions with our applications. The blind users, regarding the use of both applications features, as you saw before, and the tactile ground service indicator located near the entrance of the museum. So these were our metrics. We measured effectiveness. Effectiveness measures the degree to which users can complete a task. We measured also efficiency, which measures the time it takes users to complete the task. And also we measured satisfaction, which measures subjectively the quality of interactions with the application. So, in order to understand how were the metrics evaluated? For the evaluation of completion rate, error and error rate, these three things, the following test scenarios were to perform. We managed the completion of some thematic routes. Then we had one known and one known thematic route. The known is the Hermes exhibition, which was an exhibition room downstairs. It was easier. It had few exhibitions, and also it was a smaller room. And then we continued the tests, the trials. The unknown room, which was Poseidon exhibition room, which was on the upper floor. It was a larger room. It had a lot of exhibits, so it was a bigger bet in order to manage to complete all the exhibition room. So we had these two things: completion of thematic routes. Users had to complete these routes, one which was known and the other was unknown. And we also assessed the guidance to special points of interest. Users were requested to stop the thematic route and use the application to guide them to the points of interest room, to the emergency room, to the desktop, to the desk office, to the desk help, to the bathroom, whatever they want. So the users had to guide themselves in some points of interest, and the thematic group stopped and then continued after the interruption. So it was a bet for them. You can see how we measured all the effectiveness, efficiency, error, and error rate. It was the accessibility, the evaluation of usability user X. You can see the results, effectiveness. You can see error rate and efficiency, which were very good results. So we used the questionnaire, a set of scales that the authors can selectively combine to form a concrete user experience questionnaire that better matches the features of the application under evaluation, because it was difficult to find a custom-made questionnaire. So we changed some questions in order to be more concrete and concise for the user's needs. Each scale is decomposed into 5 items, 4 of which contribute to the score of the scale, and a single item that measures the relevance of the importance of the scales itself for the users, in order to improve our questionnaire and improve our findings. The items are measured on a 7-point Likert type psychometric scale, and the rating of the latter is configured in order to quantify opposing pairs of the application's features. So the scales, they were the following. We used personalization, which is a scale that measures how well the application adapts to the personal preferences of the user, along with how promptly this process is completed. For our users, it was a point that they posed. It was they needed a different voice because it's an entertaining place. They used Taxol Museum of Athens not only in order to learn things, to learn about the sculptures, to learn about it's also for our history, but it's also for in order to entertain and amuse themselves. So they wanted a more relaxing, a more friendly voice, and not so like they didn't want a voice to be to look like a robot. This was their complaint. So our application was also useful. This scale measures the user's perception on achieving goals, the amount of time saved, and the resulting efficiency. Also, another scale important that we measured was the trustworthiness of content. This scale measures the quality and the reliability of the instructions content. Our applications were the instructions trustworthy for them? And also response behavior. This scale measures the friendliness of the voice assistant. This was the point that our users highlighted, that they had a problem on it. We also measured consistency of the questionnaire. You can see here our scales and means, the standard deviations, and the confidence. We also evaluated the consistency of the questionnaire. As a rule of thumb, the values were greater than 0.7, which is accepted. As the table suggests, all scales are above 0.7 here, sorry. Here, you can see. So it was a consistent questionnaire. So the questionnaire is perceived the same by the participants and measures what is supposed to measure. That means that the questionnaire is consistent. We also used sentiment analysis, which assesses the user feedback objectively. In this evaluation, we used 14 participants and conducted a later stage on text-based responses of the participants. This technique is utilized in order to evaluate product reviews, and it has been applied to software engineering tasks. That's why I wanted also to use this way of evaluating our application. Here we have some technical things about sentiment analysis. We use the sentiment classifier, which is built on top of a recursive neural network. It's a deep learning model that's trained on the Stanford sentiment reback. You can see our scale from 0, it's very negative, to 4, which is very positive. You can see our methods. The classifier evaluates only at the level of sentences. So the users had answered with sentences, and then we evaluated their answers. Per user responses were aggregated using a linear average, as all questions were considered on equal importance. The overall sentiment score was calculated the linear average on the value, as I told before. The first and last sentence of the participants report were under evaluation and was very important. And the pattern is commonly found in product reviews, as I told you before. Here are the results. They're above 2, which is very important. And because we don't have so much time, I will tell you about the most important thing, which is the lessons learned from this application we use and from the trials we have made in the Taxol Museum of Athens. The turning around aspect and correction of the route was very important, as I told you at the start. Beacons have their issues, especially small closed spaces, as the ones found at the Taxol Museum of Athens. Great emphasis was given to the voice assistance quality characteristics, which was the complaint of the users. There are still features to be implemented to improve the perceived quality of service. There will be compromise regarding decision on interfaces. There's yet no solution to fit everything. And most of the resistance can be negated with training. Training is the most important thing. I think indoor navigation has problems in general. That's why we decided to talk to you today about indoor navigation, because we have also applications for outdoor navigation, and there things are more taking place, and things are much easier for the blind and visually impaired there. So in the future, we hope the application will evolve in long term to an indoor blind navigation system for complex building and private buildings. So like I told you before, it is noted that several public and private organizations have expressed officially their strong interest to evaluate the developed application, and also have made an evaluation of blind museum tour with our extended, we hope to contact an extended model of youth out. We have made this model for outdoor navigation. Now we hope to continue that for indoor navigation. We have combined the factor of training in our model. This will be, it has been published in the Journal of Visual Impairments, in the American Journal of Visual Impairments. So I will continue very quickly with a suite of applications in order to know what we're doing also. We have blind route vision, which supports autonomous safe outdoor space navigation. It operates on Android, exploiting Google Maps in order to implement a voice-guided navigation service. It supports external embedded service integrated microcontroller, high-precision GPS receiver, a servo-motorized sonar sensor for real-time recognition and avoiding obstacles, bypassing of obstacles along the route of the blind person. Also, we use voice-selected route destinations, which are specific for the blind, for the people that are blind and have visual impairments. It has supported functions. We have synchronization with traffic lights. We have the exploitation of dynamic telematics information regarding public transportation timetables and bus stops for building composite completion routes. We have also, which is important, emergency notification of carers about the current position, or also notifications for the families of people that have these disabilities, weather information to help them dress appropriately. The innovative and challenging application also component has been developed to provide real-time visual information along the route, exploring machine and deep learning technology. Now we're working in this field about camera and AI. We also have developed a training application for the outdoor navigation. Now we will use it also for indoors. It's the same with an Android application. It's the same with an outdoor Android application. It allows a simulation of pre-recorded routes as if the user is traversing the route. So he can stay in his house, the user, he or she can stay in the house, can stay in the actual museum, in the place that he wants in his work, and then may have a simulation route and can learn what he can deal with in the road. So this is safer than when he is prepared, or he or she. So it's a preparatory tool. It's a cost-effective way to provide a secure training environment without the requirement of special infrastructure. It's also very safe. Okay. Virtual reality environments are usually costly, require special training. They use infrastructure changes, etc. So here we have some publications about indoor and outdoor navigation, as you can see. Okay, we have some patent pending also applications. Here you can see my team in the University of Piraeus. So thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Well done, thank you.
Thank you.
Has anybody got any questions? Hang on, one up here. Right, do you mind saying?
Hi, Willem. I have a question about the outdoor navigation app. Is that also in testing already, or that's just what the application will do that you mentioned?
Sorry, I don't hear very well.
The outdoor navigation application, you briefly touched upon all of the points that it's going to do. Is that one operational already, or that's under development?
It's we have worked on this thing. It works. It was a pilot research. Now we're waiting in order to improve things and to have an extended application in this field. So it was funded by a national project called MADO, and the applications are running. But now we will go on with more things about pattern recognition, AI, camera-based things. But now it's working. It's not commercial, it's a research.
Okay, interesting. Because I'm the developer of an application that uses computer vision to recognize the traffic lights for pedestrians. And you mentioned synchronization of traffic lights. What exactly is it that the outdoor?
No, we use, sorry.
What is it that how do you identify or synchronization of the traffic lights?
We use Bluetooth.
Okay.
We use Bluetooth, and we have, it's also an algorithm we use, and we recognize the colors of the traffic lights, we recognize the remaining time, and how many lanes are on the road. And now we use computer vision for the obstacles, for the avoidance and the recognition of obstacles, but we want to improve these things. Now the extended, we want to work in a project in an horizon or something else in order to improve things about the computer vision, about the obstacle recognition. Okay. With the sonar, etc. But the other thing is working about the obstacles and about the traffic lights. And it's also patent pending.
Okay. And if, for example, a user is standing at a crossing, like in the middle, so there's crossing in each way, how does it know which traffic light that the Bluetooth beacon is picking up?
Yes, as a user walks, it gives with vocal voice. It is given the order to the person who have problems, visual impairments. It gives orders both where to walk and what is the color of the traffic light together. Because we use this, we have an algorithm for the pace in order to give orders for the blind person in order to walk, and combined with this Bluetooth that gives vocally the color of the light, and also the remaining time in order to cross the section.
Okay, interesting. Thanks.
Thank you. Of course, there are some details we work on, but about the scheduler, about the delay in the order, the guidance. But it's things that they are getting improving and improved all the time.
Hello.
Hello.
It's a question regarding indoor navigation. So you were mentioning the use of beacons for the correction of the sensors drift. What's the density of beacons you need in a room or in an open space in order to get the accuracy you want to achieve? So the number of beacons, the distance between them, etc.
I don't hear very well. Sorry, but I say about beacons indoors.
Inside, yes, inside. So how much beacons do you need to cover properly indoor space in order to properly correct the drift of the accelerometer gyroscopes?
We use 1 or 2 beacons in every sculpture. In order to, with the help of our algorithm about regulation techniques, and we use 1 or 2 beacons in every sculpture in order to make the right computation, in order to give the right orders. We are improving these things. Of course, I know that beacons is not a good scene to have to be put in a sculpture. It loses the beauty of the sculpture, but it's a way to guide in a proper way people with impairments. But we're evolving in these things. We're trying to find more things and improve ourselves.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sounds as though that's a conversation that needs to continue on after this. Okay. Any other questions? No. Just to say thank you again for the lovely presentation.
Thank you too. I have the publications if you want, because I didn't write our email, our team's emails and Twitters and all these things, but I have the publications. You can see the emails if you want something and exchange ideas and work on this field if you want.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And that's the end of this session. You have all of the codes that you need. I'm taking that as a yes. All right. Goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation.
Hello, everybody. Can I just say one quick thing? Who's going on the tour tomorrow morning? Yeah, so tomorrow morning you're to meet outside the centre here at 7:30 a.m. Early breakfast, everybody. Yep. So. Yep. In front of yeah, yeah. So yeah, so 7:30 a.m. to meet here to go on the tour.
And then the second part of that. I know it's university. Yeah, this is our your mail and presentations. You can show you music. We can check this application is museum or not.